Chapter 659. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. When he was a guest in the Purple Firmament dynasty, the Purple Firmament Grand Ancestor gave him a lot of information about the Seven Luminaries dynasty. This Lingjing mine was the most important, and the rest were the various strongholds that the Seven Luminaries dynasty had set up in Xingzhou in various big cities. Lin Tian had an indifferent smile on his face. He stepped out of the brown mountain range and quickly soared into the sky, heading towards the southeast. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 days, the royal master of the Seven Luminaries Empire and a few other important figures in the Seven Luminaries Empire could not help but frown. This was because, in the past, there would be news from the Spirit Crystal Mine every day. Now, 3 days had passed, but there was not a single piece of news from the mine. Moreover, the third prince who had gone to the mine to investigate had not returned either. This made the royal master and a few other important figures in the Seven Luminaries Empire feel rather strange. Immediately, the Seven Luminaries Imperial Lord personally ordered and sent out a dozen flying cultivators. The dozen of them quickly arrived at the Brown Mountain Range where the Lingjing mine was located. Then, as far as their eyes could see, there were corpses everywhere, and blood dyed the ground red. How can this be? How can this be? What happened? The dozen of people's expressions changed drastically. Soon, someone discovered that in the center, Wei Yanha's head, which was nailed to the ground, suddenly changed color again. The third prince. The dozen of people were terrified. The third prince of their branch actually only had a head left, cruelly nailed to the ground by someone. The third prince Wei Yanha was at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. The dozen of people trembled in fear. In the next instant, they discovered the huge Lin character in front of the head, and they immediately trembled again. Lin? It's Lin Tian. Someone shouted out loud. The dozen of people trembled, and their faces were deathly pale. Now, they weren't angry, and their chests were completely filled with fear and panic. All the people in this mine were killed, including the third prince Wei Yanha, who was at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. The Lingjing mine. Suddenly, someone shouted and hurriedly jumped down from the mine, arriving in front of the crimson stone wall. As far as the eye could see, the coarse crimson stone walls had completely fallen off, and the interior was completely empty. Only a few pieces of Lingjing had fallen to the ground, causing the dozen or so people to fiercely tremble. The Lingjing here had disappeared. The dozen or so people were terrified. Their hands and feet were trembling as if they had lost their souls. Their foreheads and backs were already full of cold sweat. After an unknown amount of time, the dozen or so tremblingly left the mountain range. They brought the head of the third prince back to the Seven Luminaries Empire. They arrived at a majestic hall and fearfully reported everything to the Seven Luminaries Emperor. After receiving this news, the Seven Luminaries Emperor was stunned. He stared at the head of the third prince Wei Yanha that was brought back. This middle-aged man trembled all over and couldn't help but roar. Terrifying killing intent spread out like a tide. Pooh! 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 The dozen or so people who came to report were not very powerful. How could they withstand the Seven Luminaries Emperor's killing intent? Instantly, they met with a great disaster and collapsed under this terrifying aura. At the same time, the hall also disintegrated and collapsed with a loud bang. Lin Tian. A furious roar filled with killing intent came from the Seven Luminaries Emperor, shattering a large part of the sky above the empire. The Seven Luminaries Emperor was close to madness. He continuously coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Hundreds of clan members, an elder at the peak of the half-step Great Dao realm, and his third son were all killed by Lin Tiansha. The Lingjing mine that their clan discovered was also snatched away. What kind of loss was this? Now, the Seven Luminaries Emperor didn't think about how Lin Tian knew about the existence of the Lingjing mine. Now his heart was only filled with destruction and killing intent. Kill! At all costs! The roar resounded throughout the entire Seven Luminaries Empire. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On this day, the sun was very bright. A gentle breeze blew past, and occasionally one could even smell a wisp of floral fragrance. It was also on this day that Lin Tian took a step forward and arrived outside a city that had a bit of ancient history. Tonghui City. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stepped into the city. The Prosper continent was vast and boundless, and there were many spiritual lands. Naturally, there were also countless ancient cities, at least thousands of them. Among these thousands of cities, 49 were the most famous, and Tonghui City was one of them. Lin Tian stepped into the city and looked around. There were many pavilions in the city, and the air was intertwined with a thick aura of time. Walking in the city, there were many cultivators coming and going on the streets. Most of them were in the spiritual sea realm. This is Lin Tian. A few days ago, he disappeared after destroying a stronghold of the Seven Luminaries Empire in the Tomb Palace City. These days, the Seven Luminaries Empire has been chasing after him even more crazily. Why did he appear like this? He didn't hide at all. Soon, the crowd discovered Lin Tian. Many of them stared at him with wide eyes. A few days ago, only the Seven Luminaries Empire knew that Lin Tian had killed a group of people from the Seven Luminaries Empire in the Brown Mountain Range. That was because that place was unknown to outsiders, and no one saw Lin Tian killing the third prince and others of the Seven Luminaries Empire there. So now, the most recent thing that these people knew was that Lin Tian had announced the Seven Luminaries Empire's evil deeds to the world in the Tomb Palace City and destroyed the stronghold of the Seven Luminaries Empire in the Tomb Palace City. Now, a few days had passed, and Lin Tian suddenly appeared in Tonghui City, which naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators. Now, the Seven Luminaries Empire and the Dragon-Seeking clan are crazily chasing after him, trying to kill him, but he actually swaggered out like this. Many people were surprised. Strong. Someone said. It had to be said that this word was in the hearts of everyone present. A small cultivator had offended the Golden Fire Dao sect, the Phaseless Immortal sect, the Dragon-Seeking Jiang family, and the Seven Luminaries Empire, but he was still alive and well. Moreover, he made the 4 opposing forces suffer losses, and even destroyed the Golden Fire Dao sect alone. Now, when he was being chased by the Seven Luminaries Empire and the Dragon-Seeking Jiang family, he did not fear at all and walked into Tonghui City without any scruples. He was not worried about exposing his tracks. How could people not think of the word strong in their hearts? At this moment, many people's eyes were shining as they stared at Lin Tian. They really felt that Lin Tian was too strong. Lin Tian walked calmly. He did not care about the discussions and expressions of the cultivators on the street. His footsteps were steady, and soon he came to the northwest corner of the city and appeared in front of a tall pavilion. Many cultivators followed behind him. They were far away from him and followed him from afar. They all wanted to know why he came to Tonghui City. When they arrived in front of the pavilion, everyone's expression changed and they all widened their eyes. This is the Seven Luminaries Empire setup in Tonghui City, the 100 Medicines Pavilion. He wants to. Many people felt a chill down their spines. This place was clearly a stronghold set up by the Seven Luminaries Empire in Tonghui City. Lin Tian actually came here. In an instant, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Lin Tian did not stay. He strode forward and walked in. At this moment, the crowd that followed him did not dare to follow him. They all watched from afar. Many people even took a few steps back. What a joke! This was a stronghold set up by the Seven Luminaries Empire. If they followed Lin Tian or were too close to Lin Tian and were treated as Lin Tian's accomplices, they would be in trouble. Many people held their breaths and stared straight into the 100 Medicines Pavilion. Lin Tian. Soon, angry voices came from inside. However, in the next moment, the angry voices turned into screams of agony. The pavilion shook, and dozens of cultivators rushed out. Their faces were pale, and none of them were from the 7 Luminaries' empire. "What's happening inside?" someone on the street asked. The dozens of cultivators who rushed out all had lingering fears. They only stopped when they were far away from the pavilion. Someone trembled and said, "That Lin. Lin, ah." Screams came from the pavilion, directly interrupting this person's words. "Lin Tian, you actually, damn it. My clan will not let you go. Ah. Stop. Beast, how dare you do this? Ah." Screams of agony and fear rang out continuously. From time to time, waves of blood splattered on the pavilion, turning it red. On the street, the crowd stared at it. They all trembled and felt their scalps go numb. Now, these people did not need to think to know what Lin Tian was doing inside. In this way, a quarter of an hour passed quickly. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian walked out of the pavilion. He appeared to be at ease. He rose into the air and left Tonghui City in the blink of an eye. A few dozen breaths of time later, when Lin Tian's figure had completely vanished from their field of vision, a few bolder cultivators finally arrived at the edge of the pavilion's entrance and looked inside. As soon as they saw it, they instantly shuddered violently and shivered with fear. As far as the eye could see, everyone in the pavilion, including a few 5th-level ascendants, was killed. Their corpses fell on the ground one by one. The scene was horrifying, and on the wall in front of them, the blood-red word Lin was so glaring. These people could not stop trembling. Very soon, the news spread in all directions like a tidal wave on the sea. Its speed was astonishingly fast. After the 7 Luminaries' empire's stronghold in Toonpala City was destroyed, the stronghold in Tonghui City was also destroyed by someone, and the person who did these two things was shockingly the same person, Lin Tian. Suddenly, the entire Shin continent was shocked again. After destroying the 7 Luminaries' empire's stronghold in Toom City, he also destroyed the stronghold in Tonghui City. This Lin Tian is really ruthless. Crazy. What a malefic star. Unparalleled devil. Many cultivators discussed. Just as the world was discussing this matter, Lin Tian appeared in another city a day later. It was also one of the 49 famous cities in Shun continent called Phoenix Sun City. Naturally, there was a stronghold of the 7 Luminaries' empire here. The purple firmament grand ancestor told him everything clearly. He stepped into the city and walked out about an hour later, causing half of Phoenix Sun City to fall into a deathly silence. Then he disappeared and news spread again that the 7 Luminaries' empire's stronghold in Phoenix Sun City was destroyed. Lin Tian walked out of Phoenix Sun City with a calm expression and strode to the next place. Soon, Shun continent was in an uproar again. News after news spread as if it had grown wings. The 7 Luminaries' empire's 1,000 treasures pavilion in Would Return City was destroyed. The 7 Luminaries' empire's divine armament pavilion in Luoshang City was destroyed. Nether Flame City, Nightless City, True Prosperity City, voices spread, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. In just half a month, Lin Tian consecutively challenged 18 strongholds of the 7 Luminaries' empire. Chapter 660. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The entire Shun continent was a little dumbfounded. The 7 Luminaries' empire had looked down on this territory for countless years, but now 18 of their strongholds were challenged by a little cultivator. Since when had such a thing happened in Shun continent for thousands of years? The big shots of the 7 Luminaries' empire are probably vomiting blood. Vomiting blood? He should be crying by now. Isn't that so? Many people were discussing. One of the 3 great empires was slapped in the face by a little cultivator. Many people could not help but feel heartache for the 7 luminaries' empire. Serves them right, someone said. That day, Lin Tian displayed all the karma in Mui City using his divine sense, which moved many people. Even though it had nothing to do with Lin Tian, they still felt some injustice for Lin Tian, feeling that the 7 luminaries' empire was too despicable. Indeed, they brought it on themselves. Someone agreed, thinking about it, who would feel good being bitten by the person they saved with great effort, who would not be angry. 7 luminaries' empire. Roars and roars came from the center of this faction. On this day, in the 7 luminaries' palace, several big shots of this faction gathered together, and all of them were furious. Ling Jing's mineral vein was seized, and the 3rd prince Wei Yanhao was killed. The matter had just ended, and Lin Tian actually attacked again, challenging 18 of their 7 luminaries' empire strongholds. Their 7 luminaries' empire had lost all face. Kill, at all costs, someone roared. On this day, many powerhouses of this faction walked out, each of them overflowing with killing intent, as if they wanted to shatter the sky. They searched for Lin Tian all over Shin Continent, which shocked many in Shin Continent's cultivation world. However, for the next few days, no matter what they did, they were unable to find a trace of Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tian had directly disappeared from Shenzhou. They were unable to find him no matter how they searched. In the sky, the scorching sun was scorching, and summer cicadas were chirping. In a nameless mountain, Lin Tian walked casually and soon sat down on a piece of bluestone. The bluestone was slightly warm under the scorching sun. In front of them, the sound of water hitting the rocks could be heard, a stretch of green hills and a small stream. Lin Tian felt that this kind of environment was really not bad. It was very peaceful. He had killed hundreds of people, including Wei Yanhe, in the Lingjing mining area in the Brown Mountain Range. After that, he consecutively took down 18 strongholds of the 7 luminaries dynasty. His hands were stained with blood in a short period of time. Even though his current mental state was extremely firm and would no longer be like when he had killed too many people in the northern Yan imperial city back then, finding a peaceful place to look at the green trees and streams after massacre was definitely beneficial to his cultivation. Moreover, he had killed the prince, seized the spirit mine, and challenged 18 strongholds. After doing such a series of things, the 7 luminaries' empire would definitely go crazy. They would definitely send out many experts to hunt him down, and there was even a high possibility that a great Dao realm expert would jump out. In this way, when he relaxed his state of mind, he could also avoid it. It was a perfect solution. He casually sat on the bluestone and looked at the green trees and streams. Occasionally, a few birds would jump by. It was peaceful. Maybe I can consider going to the barbarian lands and the 4th heaven. He muttered to himself. Baiziki and Baiqiu had already entered the 4th heaven early. He could not fall behind. Now that he had reached the immortal ascension realm, he should be able to step into the 4th heaven. Moreover, he really did miss this pair of siblings. Whoosh! A gentle breeze drifted from afar, rolling up the fallen leaves. It was mixed with a fresh and moist feeling, making one feel very comfortable. Lin Tian closed his eyes and felt the nature of heaven and earth. Every flower, grass, stone, and wood suddenly became lively. Humans have spirits, demons have spirits, wood has spirits, water has spirits, stone has spirits. Everything in heaven and earth has a reason for existence. He muttered softly. He did not circulate his cultivation technique. He simply closed his eyes and allowed his body to blend into this small forest. He imagined himself as a gust of wind that slowly swept past. He imagined himself as a leaf that flew with the wind. He imagined himself as a drop of water that fell on the leaf. He imagined himself as a handful of soil that carried the drop of water. He imagined himself as a tree that took root in the soil. Heaven and earth were so natural. Heaven and earth were so peaceful. Everything intertwined and grew endlessly here. He casually sat on the blue stone, and his divine power circulated on its own. A faint, silver divine light emerged from the surface of his body. It was very calm, very sacred, and very peaceful. Time passed little by little. He remained motionless, and his expression was calm. There was even a faint smile on his face. However, his eyes were always slightly closed, as if he was looking at the most beautiful thing in the world. Gradually, the light outside his body became more sacred. There was a strange fluctuation flowing out, causing the black dragon on his shoulder to tremble slightly. An incredible light flashed across its demonic eyes. This fluctuation was clearly Tao. He had just entered the immortal ascension realm, but he had already comprehended the Tao. Slightly concentrating, the black dragon did not disturb Lin Tian, but became cautious. Its demonic eyes scanned the surroundings, watching everything. As a half-step Tao existence, it knew very well that this was very important for Lin Tian. 1 day passed quickly. Then 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days in the blink of an eye. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, he did not drink, eat, or sleep. However, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger and stronger, and his complexion became better and better. It was also on this day that he finally opened his eyes and woke up. The sky was still the same sky, and the earth was still the same earth. However, at this time he felt that the world was much brighter. "How long has it been?" he asked the black dragon. 7 days. The black dragon replied. 7 days. Lin Tianyi was stunned. So long. He felt that he had just sat quietly for a while and thought about some things, but unexpectedly, 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Comprehending the Tao is very time-consuming. The black dragon's words were simple. Lin Tian was stunned again. He comprehended the Tao. Shouldn't that be something that could only be achieved after reaching the half-step Tao realm? Although he had captured a trace of the Tao in the place where Heavenly Venerable Daoren comprehended the Tao, that was the Tao accumulation left behind by Heavenly Venerable Daoren himself. At that time, he was only studying Heavenly Venerable Daoren's Tao. It was just like copying at the beginning of calligraphy practice. It could not be considered comprehending the Tao. However, it was different now. He sat on the green rock and did not have any other power. He grasped the Tao himself. "What Tao do you think I comprehended?" he asked the black dragon. At this time, it was naturally impossible for Tao laws to be born in his body. He only felt that the world had become brighter. For an instant, you seemed to have merged with the surroundings and merged with the veins of the plants. It should be the great Tao of nature. The black dragon said in a deep voice, "There were 3,000 great Taos in the world, and the great Tao of nature was enough to be ranked in the top 10. The great Tao of nature. It's indeed it." Lin Tian muttered to himself. He thought about it. Back then, he had sensed a trace of the great Tao of nature left behind by Heavenly Venerable Daoren at his place of comprehension. Now that he could rely on himself to comprehend the Tao here, it should be related to that incident. As he thought about it, he suddenly smiled and said, "The great Tao of nature is not suitable for me." His path was not so peaceful. His Tao was not natural. If he comprehended the Tao and evolved his own Tao, then his Tao would be born for battle, formed for battle, regardless of whether it's suitable or not. What is certain is that in 7 days, you have a trace of integration with the great Tao of nature. Your strength will definitely improve greatly. The black dragon said. Of course. Lin Tian nodded. At this time, he could clearly feel that his essence, qi, and spirit had become stronger. His perception had also become sharper. Although there was no change in his cultivation, he believed that his battle strength had become stronger. If he replayed the battle with Wei Yanhe half a month ago in his current state, he was certain that he could easily kill his opponent. Suddenly, he tilted his head and looked into the distance. About 100 feet away, 2 figures walked over. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young girl. They were walking along the stream. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. To think that he would meet a familiar face here. These two people were the divine mathematician Enya, of the divine secret pavilion. Almost at the same time, the divine mathematician Enya also noticed Lin Tian, and they were slightly surprised. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment. The two of them quickly returned to normal. Their footsteps were still very gentle as they walked towards this side. Lin Tian stepped down from the blue stone and came up to the two in one step. He bowed to the divine mathematician and said, "Senior." He had only talked to the divine mathematician twice, but he was very respectful to him. This person had a great aura of righteousness. The divine mathematician was, as usual. His face was a little pale, and his essence, chi, and spirit were obviously much weaker than ordinary people. He nodded slightly at Lin Tian and said, "Compared to last time, you have become stronger." His voice was not hoarse or loud. It was very soft, and it made people feel that he was lacking in chi. Of course, in fact, he was indeed lacking in chi. "It's all thanks to you." Lin Tiandao was a little curious. He asked, "Senior, why did you come here?" "I've been sitting for too long, so I came out for a walk to refresh myself," the divine mathematician said. His voice was still very soft and calm. "It's a coincidence that I am the same," Lin Tian said with a smile. Then his eyes fell on the girl next to the divine mathematician. He greeted her, "Miss Ya," or "Hello." The young girl was clad in a silk dress. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and there was a peaceful smile on her face as she introduced herself, "Yen Ya." After that, she glanced at Lin Tian. "I thought you had completely ignored me." Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. When he thought about it, when he came over, he only greeted the divine mathematician and talked to him. After a while, he greeted the girl. It really did seem like he had ignored the girl's existence. Seeing Lin Tian's embarrassment, Yenya smiled and said, "I just said it casually. I don't mean anything else. Don't take it to heart." After saying this, her eyes suddenly fell on the black dragon on Lin Tian's shoulder. Her beautiful eyes blinked twice and said, "Is this the half-step, great Tao realm demon friend that is rumored to be by your side? Can I communicate with it?" Lin Tianyi was stunned. "Communicate?" He was a little stunned for a moment, but he still nodded and said, "Of course you can." "Thank you." Yenya thanked him. Then she reached out and directly hugged the black dragon from Lin Tian's shoulder. Lin Tian was speechless. "Well, it is not a pet." He was a little embarrassed. Chapter 661. Lin Tian was really embarrassed. The black flood dragon was at least half a step into the great Tao realm. It should have lived for at least 100 years, but now it was being hugged by Yenya. It was really like hugging a pet rabbit. Please search Tastebook Yen Network to see the most complete. A novel. Yen, yeah. Felt a little strange about Lin Tian's words. "I know. I don't treat it as a pet." The black flood dragon was about 3 inches long now. She hugged it and looked it up and down with a very focused expression. The black flood dragon, Lin Tian, was this a sign of knowing? This girl looked quiet and peaceful, but why did it feel like she was a natural airhead? In the end, the black flood dragon couldn't stand being tortured like this. It struggled for a while, then rose into the air and returned to Lin Tian's shoulder, lying down quietly. Yenya obviously didn't expect this scene. She was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously turned to look at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, he went through a lot of battles with me some time ago, and he was injured." He made up an excuse. "Injured? Is it serious?" Yenya asked with concern. Lin Tian shook his head repeatedly, saying that it was not serious and that he was about to recover. Yenya didn't want to communicate with the black flood dragon anymore. She smiled and said, "You defeated 18 strongholds in a row and fought more than a dozen battles in a row. You're really powerful." As if thinking of something, she continued, "The 7 Luminaries Empire is going crazy because of you. They're hunting you all over the world. It's said that they sent more than a dozen half-step, great Tao realm powerhouses. Obviously, she was secretly telling Lin Tian about the outside world. Lin Tianyi smiled. I was bullied by them very badly. I almost died back then. I can't just keep quiet. How belligerent. Yin Yer chuckled. The spirit chi in the small forest was not dense, but the green trees were very lush. Because there was a small stream, the surrounding flowers and plants grew very well, and the air was very fresh. I'm out with Master for a walk to rest. Do you want to come together? Yen Ye invited Lin Tian. Sure. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. He had come to this small forest to soothe his mind. He didn't have anything important to do, so he naturally accepted the invitation. The small stream was very clear, and there were few rocks in it. When the water collided with the rocks, splashing sounds could be heard. It was very peaceful. Not long after, the three of them left the stream and walked towards other parts of the forest. From time to time, they would encounter some small animals jumping around, and even some powerful demonic beasts. When these demonic beasts saw the three of them, their eyes were filled with ferocity. They saw the three of them as prey and directly pounced on them. However, the moment they pounced on them, before Lin Tian and the others could make a move, they all trembled violently and lay down in fear, not daring to move an inch. In the world of the demon clan, the strong are respected to the extreme. The hierarchy is very strict. Yen Ye said, the monster on your shoulder is at the level of half-step into the great Tao realm. When these ordinary monsters sense the faint, demonic aura it emits, they naturally don't dare to act rashly. They can only submit in fear. Lin Tian nodded and said, You know a lot. I read it in a book. Yen Ye chuckled. The three of them walked through the small forest. The marvelous mathematician didn't talk much, but Lin Tian and Yen Ye talked all the time. Not long after, the sky gradually darkened, and stars vaguely flashed in the sky. The three of them stopped walking. They stopped in a slightly open place and lit a bonfire. A simple night passed quickly. At dawn the next day, the three of them set off again. They walked along the small forest, and 5 days passed in a flash. During these 5 days, the three of them walked very simply. They encountered many demonic beasts, but they were all frightened away by the demonic aura naturally emitted by the black flood dragon. Moreover, in the process, Yen Ye found some simple ingredients, such as mushrooms and other vegetables. She made a few simple meals. Although the taste was very light, it was also very fragrant. After eating it, her eyes lit up slightly. Soon, another 3 days passed. On this day, the three of them almost walked to the end of the small forest. The marvelous mathematician and Lin Tian were ready to return to the Tianji pavilion. Be careful. Take care. Yen Ye waved goodbye to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and watched the master and disciple leave until they were out of sight. Then he turned and walked in another direction. After walking in the mountains for several days, his sea of consciousness became more stable and solid. The aura on his body became calm and peaceful. Simply looking at him, one couldn't even tell that he was a cultivator. On this day, he no longer hid in the forest and stepped out. Lin Tian, don't hide like a turtle if you have the guts. Come out. I'll let you use my legs. No, I'll let you use one hand. I'll crush you with one hand. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Coward, you only know how to hide. As soon as he walked out of the mountains, he heard such voices. The 7 Luminaries Empire, the Phaseless Immortal Sect, and the Xuanlong Jiang family were all hooting. Moreover, they were all from the younger generation. There were even cultivators at the Sea of Consciousness level who were challenging him. All of them spoke arrogantly and treated him as if he was nothing. He was like an ant that could be easily trampled to death. Among them, the Xuanlong Jiang family's words were the most unpleasant. Not only did they humiliate him, but they also humiliated his family. You're a wild dog. You have the guts to cause trouble, but you don't have the guts to come out? Trash parents gave birth to a little trash who only dares to play tricks in the dark. Stinky rats in the gutter. Little bastard, come out. Although I'm only at the sea of consciousness level, I can still trample you to death. The younger generation of the Jiang family walked out and spoke. Each of them was extremely arrogant. When Lin Tian heard these voices, a cold light flashed across his eyes. In that world, he grew up in an orphanage and had never seen his biological parents. After being reborn in this world, he had never seen his father and mother. However, as a son, his flesh and blood were given to him by his parents. How could he remain calm when his parents were humiliated? Of course, he was also very clear that these people were deliberately saying such words to lure him out. Presumably, there were powerful cultivators from the Jiang family waiting to kill him. A dark light intertwined in his eyes. A blue stone suddenly appeared in his right hand. There were dense dragon patterns on it. Even so, there was still a very ominous aura intertwined, causing the black dragon to tremble. I originally planned to go directly to the barbarian lands. However, before I leave, I'll go crazy once more. Oh, right, what was that saying again? There was a cold and cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. It's a waste to be young if you don't go crazy. His steps were gentle, but his speed was extremely fast. With a single step, he was dozens of feet away. Soon, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. Lin Tian, get the hell out here. Are you going to be a tortoise for the rest of your life? Coward, you're really a piece of trash. Trash parents, trash little thief. Your whole family is trash. Get the hell out here. I'm at the level of body refinement. I'll fight you with only one finger. I'll crush you into a bloody mist with one finger. Cowardly trash! A group of young people from the Xuanlong Jiang family walked out. They were extremely arrogant. Such words caused even those who had no relationship with Lin Tian to shake their heads. Although these people had guessed that the young people of the Jiang family were deliberately provoking Lin Tian with such words and forcing Lin Tian to appear, they still felt that it was a bit too much. Little thief Lin, are you going to hide for the rest of your life? Trash, I'll fight you with only one finger. You don't even dare to answer? Fine, since that's the case, I'll let you use both your hands and legs. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Weak little worm. Numerous voices rang out continuously, filled with provocation. Lin Tian directly ignored these voices. He circled around the mountains. 2 days later, he appeared in front of a vast mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range was intertwined with strands of multicolored light. There was an extremely astonishing immortal aura lingering around. At the center of the mountain range, numerous palaces were laid out horizontally. They were grand and luxurious, giving off an extremely dignified feeling. This was the place where the Xuanlong Jiang family was established. Lin Tian arrived at this place with a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. He casually sat down on the branch of an old tree outside the mountain range. Time passed very quickly. An hour passed. In the mountain range, dozens of figures walked out. All of them were young people. After you go out, there's no need to do anything else. Just insult and clamor at that Lin Tian. Try your best to speak as viciously and arrogantly as possible. The blue-clothed young man in the lead said, I heard that a great Dao realm expert from our clan has walked out and is hiding in the dark. He's waiting for that thief to appear so that he can kill him with all his might? Is that so? Did a great Dao realm ancestor really walk out? Yes. The young man in the lead nodded. Our mission is to provoke that Lin Tian and provoke him to come out. Understood. I heard that that bastard is very good at enduring. I wonder if we can provoke him to come out in the end. Therefore, from now on, our words must be as vicious as possible. As long as we can provoke that bastard to come out, it's no big deal even if we curse like shrews. I'm looking forward to that thief's appearance. Someone sneered. It was also at this moment that another voice sounded. Since you're looking forward to it so much, I'll do you a favor and satisfy you." Stepping on the void, Lin Tian walked down from the old tree and arrived in front of the dozens of young people step by step. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. "You, why are you here? You dare to come to this place?" The dozens of people were shocked and terrified. They were shocked because this place was where their clan was established, and there were great Tao realm existences overseeing the clan. But Lin Tian dared to come to this place like this. And they were terrified because Lin Tian's reputation had long spread throughout Shincontinent. Among this group of people, the strongest cultivation was only at the flight realm. How could they not be afraid when Lin Tian himself had forced them to come so close? Return to the clan and inform the clan leader and the ancestors, the blue-clothed young man in the lead shouted. Instantly, the dozens of people retreated at the same time, running toward the Jiang family in the middle of the mountain range. At the same time, they shouted, "Lin Tian has appeared! You're so eager for me to appear, but now that I've appeared, all of you are running away. How can you be like this?" Lin Tian smiled. He stood on the spot and did not move, but lines of formation patterns flickered in the void, completely sealing off the surrounding space. The dozens of people could not escape, and their voices could not be transmitted out. Chapter 662. Genius 1 Seconds Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Dozens of people were terrified. Dense silver matrix patterns interweaved in the void, cutting off all the surrounding paths. They had no hope of escaping, so they shouted at the Jiang family. However, they found that their voices did not seem to be heard at all. That was because a bird on a small tree nearby was staring at them, not frightened at all. It was obvious that it did not hear their shouts. You! For a moment, dozens of people stared at Lin Tian, all of them trembling in fear. Lin Tian was now too famous, and they were no match for him. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He looked at the dozens of people and said nothing. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he walked forward. Suddenly, the dozens of people trembled again. "You, what do you want to do?" Clang! A ray of sword light flashed past. Before the person who spoke could finish his words, his head was chopped off with a pew sound. Blood splattered in the air, and the others were terrified. All of them gathered together with weapons such as swords and blades in their hands, all of which were pointed at Lin Tian. However, all of their hands were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. Even that young man at the airborne realm who was taking the lead was no exception. "You were looking forward to my appearance, and now that I am here, shouldn't you be happy? Why are you so scared?" Lin Tian smiled. He took a step forward and waved the long sword in his hand casually, and a large amount of sword aura flew out. Uft, uft, uft. In the blink of an eye, 3 people fell in a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Suddenly, these people became even more terrified. They trembled in fear, and some of them could not even hold their weapons steadily. Lin Tian still smiled faintly, and his steps were still calm. The way he waved his sword was as casual as always. Uft, uft, uft. This time, 5 people were killed, and the ground was stained with blood. Don't panic. Let's resist together. Maybe the elders will find us here and come to save us," someone said, but his body could not stop trembling. Lin Tian tilted his head and slashed at him. With a poof, the person who spoke was cut in half at the waist, and blood spilled all over the ground. He walked calmly, raised his hand, and waved his sword again. Clang! An ear-piercing sword whistle swept past. For a moment, blood splashed out, and in the blink of an eye, a few more corpses fell to the ground. Now he had reached the level of the celestial connecting realm. Previously, he had been comprehending the Tao for 7 days, which made his strength even stronger. How could the dozens of people here be his match? No one could block a casual strike from him. "Ah, no, don't kill me. Help! Let us go. Patriarch, elders, save. Ah, Screams, cries for mercy, cries for help, all sorts of different voices intertwined together, each one filled with fear. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he swung his sword again and again towards his enemies. He would never be soft-hearted and show mercy. Pooh! 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 The blood mist exploded one by one. In the blink of an eye, only a blue-clothed youth remained. No, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. This person was terrified, holding a treasured saber with both hands. His whole body could not help but tremble, and he stepped back. Lin Tian put away his long sword and appeared in front of this person in a flash. After knocking away the other party's treasure blade, he placed his left hand on the other party's neck in a familiar manner. Go back and tell your patriarch and ancestor that your dragon-seeking family will not exist for long. Very soon, your name will be erased from the Shun continent. Perhaps it will only be a moment. As he said this, his right hand flashed slightly, and a blue stone wrapped with a dragon's seal floated over and silently fell into the blue-clothed youth's pocket. Get lost. He withdrew his left hand and dispersed the sealing formation that he had previously set up. The blue-clothed youth trembled and did not dare to stay. He almost tripped with every 3 steps and ran back to the family in fear. Lin Tian stood where he was, watching this person run toward the Jiang family. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cruel smile. Perhaps I should retreat further, he said. Looking ahead, he floated back. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the mountain range. The blue-clothed youth crazily ran towards the clan hall in the mountain range. After running for several feet, he fell to the ground with a bang. His face was full of fear. Even in the process of running away, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the blue-clothed youth ran to the gate of the family's hall. Why are you back? Huh? You're covered in blood. What happened? What happened? There were several powerful family members guarding the gate of the Jiang family. Seeing the blue-clothed youth running back, they all frowned when they saw the blue-clothed youth's appearance. Come, come. Lin, that Lin Tian has appeared. The blue-clothed youth trembled. What? The several Jiang family members guarding the gate all changed color. That bastard, how dare he come here? Courting death. Where are those people who went out with you? Several people were shocked and angry. The blue-clothed youth trembled. Dead, dead, all dead. He trembled. We have to tell the patriarch. We have to tell the patriarch and the patriarchs immediately. With that, he ran straight to the dragon-searching hall in the center of the Jiang family, shouting as he ran, Patriarch, patriarchs, Lin Tian has appeared. Lin Tian has appeared. What? That bastard has appeared. Damn it, he's finally not hiding anymore. Kill him and take the complete dragon burial scripture. This ancient scripture belongs to the Jiang family. In the Jiang family, the cultivators of the Jiang family all had sinister looks in their eyes. At this moment, these people did not even care about the blue-clothed youth's blood-stained and battered appearance. Soon, the blue-clothed youth ran into the dragon-searching hall. In the hall, the patriarchs of the Jiang family were all discussing something. Even the patriarch of the Jiang family was sitting on the side and listening. At this moment, seeing the blue-clothed youth barging in like this, the patriarchs of the Jiang family all frowned. The patriarch of the Jiang family's face darkened. What are you shouting for? The dragon-searching hall was a sacred place of the Jiang family. Naturally, the patriarch of the Jiang family was not happy that someone had barged in like this. Facing the stern expression of the patriarch of the Jiang family, the blue-clothed youth could not help but tremble. But soon he shouted again, Patriarch, patriarchs, Lin Tian. Lin Tian has appeared. What? The patriarch of the Jiang family's expression suddenly changed. The patriarchs of the Jiang family all stepped forward. Where is he? Someone shouted. For a moment, several powerful waves of Tao law and icy killing intent intertwined, shocking the blue-clothed youth again. He's outside the mountain range of our family. He came here and killed our people who just went out. This person trembled. The patriarchs of the Jiang family were all in the Great Path realm. After hearing this, their eyes became even colder. Little B asterisk starred. How dare you come to the place where the Jiang family is established? You're courting death. Let's go out together. This time, no matter what, we can't let him escape again. Their eyes were as cold swords as they stepped straight out of the hall. However, in the next moment, the patriarchs of the Jiang family all trembled and stared at the blue-clothed youth in unison. What do you have with you? One of them asked in a deep voice. At this moment, when the few of them rushed out, they suddenly discovered an extremely ominous wave on the blue-clothed youth's body. It was as if a peerless demon had possessed the blue-clothed youth's body, causing even people as powerful as them to involuntarily feel their hearts skip a beat. Facing the gazes of the Great Path realm patriarchs, the blue-clothed youth was a little fearful. He said, No, I don't have anything with me. As he spoke, the blue-clothed youth searched his body and suddenly took out a piece of green stone. Then he felt a pain in his palm, and he trembled violently. The green stone in his hand directly fell to the ground. This isn't mine. The green stone fell to the ground. Streaks of light patterns intertwined on it densely, and it was surrounded by a faint glow. This is dragon patterns. What is this? Where did it come from? Staring at the green stone, the expressions of the patriarchs of the Jiang family changed. At this moment, it was not only because they had discovered the existence of the dragon symbol on the rock. More importantly, it was because their hearts involuntarily pounded wildly as they stared at this tiny rock. The ominous aura that they had sensed earlier had become even denser. It was as though a death god had appeared in the hall. Almost at the same time, in a place extremely far away from the mountain range where the Jiang family was located, Lin Tian stood on an old tree and looked at the place where the Jiang family was located from afar. Standing here, he could only vaguely see a small shadow of the Jiang family's hall. Moreover, it was a little blurry. Calculating the time, it should be about time, he said to himself. He raised his hands slightly and formed many dragon seals. Explode! Faint light intertwined at the tip of his fingers and floated in the air. Where he was, everything seemed very peaceful. However, in the dragon-searching hall where the Jiang family was located, the fist-sized green stone suddenly trembled. The dense dragon patterns on its surface started to crack one after another. Soon, the dense dragon patterns all shattered. Streaks of faint light entered the green stone, causing it to tremble for the second time. With a crack appeared. In an instant, wisps of pitch-black fog drifted out from the crack, slowly lingering in the dragon-searching hall. This fog was intertwined with coldness, ominous, and death. Immediately, everyone in the hall trembled. Retreat! An old ancestor of the Jiang family roared in horror and quickly rushed out of the hall. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The green stone suddenly exploded as if the gate to hell had been opened in an instant. The pitch-black fog rolled like waves, intertwining with extremely terrifying murderous aura of death. In an instant, it engulfed the young man in blue and the master of the Jiang family, turning them into thick water. After that, the pitch-black fog didn't stop. Like a sandstorm, it swept in all directions. The entire Jiang family seemed to have experienced a super earthquake. Wherever the pitch-black fog passed, everything was destroyed. What's going on? In the Jiang family, many cultivators were puzzled. Then they saw the violent black fog rushing toward them, and the murderous aura of death covered the sky. P.S. 7 days in a row. I'm so tired. I hope everyone can enjoy watching this. Next, the dragon rested for 4 days. During these 4 days, the dragon updated twice a day, and the update time was around 12, noon, and 17 p.m. 4 days later, On the 1st of the next month, the dragon continued to update. Then, the dragon created a WeChat public account as a platform for everyone to communicate with each other in their free time. Log into WeChat and search for Sleepy Dragon on the public account to add him as a follower. Later, if there is a delay in the update, the dragon can inform you in advance on the public account. At the same time, the dragon will also write something to share with you from time to time. If you have any questions, you can leave a message for the dragon, and the dragon will reply to you when he sees it. I hope everyone can follow him. Chapter 663. The pitch-black fog covered the entire sky. It was as if it had converged into an ocean and spread out in all directions. Instantly, the disciples of the Jiang clan who saw this scene were terrified. Not a single one of them hesitated and turned around to flee. First book, 1, unfortunately. In the face of such a rolling fog of death, who could escape? Boom! The whole void rumbled. The black fog rushed over like a wave and drowned everything in the blink of an eye. The disciples of the Jiang family who were in the middle of it all turned into thick water in an instant. Even those in the celestial reaching realm were no exception. In the blink of an eye, the whole Jiang family was shrouded in the pitch-black fog. There were no screams here because the living people were swallowed in an instant. There was no pain to speak of. The earth was shaking. The pitch-black fog rushed out of the Jiang family and spread all the way to the whole mountain range. Lin Tian stood far away and looked in the direction of the Jiang family. He saw the pitch-black fog that was full of misfortune and death surging and rolling. It spread out from the center of the mountain range where the Jiang family was. Everywhere it passed, the originally lush vegetation withered in an instant. The green leaves fell off and the green trees turned into dead branches. His eyes flashed. Although he knew that the green stone contained an extremely terrifying demonic aura, when he saw this scene with his own eyes, his heart still palpitated. Even the black dragon on his shoulder couldn't help but tremble. Its demonic eyes shook violently. Boom! The dark black fog spread like waves. It was like a volcanic eruption as it rapidly spread in all directions. It did not show any signs of stopping. After dozens of breaths later, this fog that was filled with misfortune and death finally stopped spreading. At this time, the whole mountain range where the Jiang family was covered by the black fog. Lin Tian looked in the distance. The mountain range where the Jiang family was sitting had become a little dark. It was originally a spiritual land with intertwining rays of light, but now the whole mountain range was surrounded by an ominous black fog. It was almost a ghost mountain. Lin Tian took a deep breath and calmed down. A dim light flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He jumped down from the old tree and walked toward the Jiang family. One read a book soon. He arrived at the edge of the Jiang family's mountain range. Fog interweaved in front of him. This was the aftermath of the destruction. Even so, with his cultivation base, he still felt a chill run down his spine. He circulated the dragon burial scripture and used the dragon patterns to protect himself and the black flood dragon. Only then did he enter. Stepping on the ground, the originally normal ground turned pitch black, as if it had been dyed with ink. Along the way, he walked in. On both sides, there were originally large trees with luxuriant foliage, but now only withered tree trunks and branches were left. It was desolate and desolate. After walking for about 300 meters, he stopped and looked at a withered tree beside him. He reached out and touched it lightly. With a sizzling sound, the withered old wood directly shattered, turning into a cloud of black dust that fell to the ground. This made Lin Tian tremble slightly again. The pitch-black fog surged past and really swallowed everything. It crushed all vitality. He took another deep breath and continued to walk toward the main hall where the Jiang family was. Soon, he arrived at the main hall of the Jiang family and stopped in front of the main entrance. Xuanlong Jiang family. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As far as the eye could see, the main hall was dilapidated. The originally shiny hall had turned pitch black at this time. It was as if it had been smoked by carbon. There were no corpses. There were only pools of thick, pitch-black blood on the ground. He paused for a moment, then stepped through the main entrance of the Jiang family and walked toward the interior of the Jiang family. Stepping into the Jiang family, he found that the entire Jiang family's layout was extraordinary. The pavilions, corridors, rockery, and so on were all ingenious and exquisite, forming a kind of auspicious layout. He smiled coldly. The layout was not bad, but unfortunately it was destroyed in the end. He stepped into the Jiang family's territory and walked deeper into it step by step. Soon he walked through many places. Every place was filled with the aura of death, giving off a cold feeling. It was also at this moment that hoarse cries of pain came from ahead. 7 old men were lying on the ground. Their bodies were dilapidated, and many parts of their bodies had been corroded. Their bones and internal organs could be seen, and they almost no longer looked human. They were extremely miserable, and the auras on their bodies were also extremely weak. At most, they were comparable to a cultivator at the 3rd heaven of the divine range. Looking at the book WW1, there are actually people still alive. Lin Tiantan smiled. He walked toward the 7 people step by step. Without thinking, he knew that these 7 people were definitely the ancestors of the Jiang family. At their peak, their cultivation should have been at the Great Tao realm. The 7 people turned their heads when they heard the sound. When they saw Lin Tian, their expressions changed. They were shocked and angry, staring at Lin Tian like malicious ghosts. Be asterisk starred, this is what you did. The 7 of them were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. When Lin Tian appeared here and thought of the dragon patterns on the blue stone, who among the 7 of them didn't understand what was going on? It's me. Lin Tian said casually, "Didn't you go around provoking me to appear? Now that I'm here, aren't you happy?" Staring at the 7 of them, there was a faint smile on his face. "Also, are you satisfied with the gifts I gave you?" "You, be asterisk starred. You actually did such a thing." I destroyed the entire Jiang family. You're so cruel." The 7 people's voices were weak, and blood was gushing out of their mouths. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. They struggled to get up, but unfortunately they couldn't. When the blue stone exploded, they were at the center. The black fog of death had injured them too severely. It was already a miracle that they could survive. Cruel? Lin Tianling smiled. A superior grade, killing sword appeared in his hand. He raised it, and 7 sword lights flew out. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. The 7 people were all cut in half at the waist in an instant. In order to seize the complete dragon burial scripture for me, the Jiang family sent experts to kill me time and time again, using the power of the entire family to suppress me. Now you're talking to me about being cruel? His face was cold and sarcastic. Don't say that I'm cruel. The Jiang family shouldn't blame me for ending up like this. It's your own fault. How can you blame others for your own sins? The 7 people looked miserable. Their bodies were broken, and they wriggled to reassemble. However, their blood was almost dried up, and they could no longer reassemble their broken bodies. They could only let out hoarse screams. Someone shouted with blood in his mouth. Did he asterisk Amanda? Won't have a good ending. The 7 people all looked ferocious. Some of them were crying, but they were like ghosts staring at Lin Tian with hatred. This kind of expression is really delightful. Lin Tianling smiled. He raised the sword in his hand again and chopped off the head of the old man who cursed him to have a bad ending. Then he activated the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. The lotus sea swept over and destroyed the person's incomplete soul on the spot. Little B asterisk starred, I hate you. I hate you. The others roared. They wanted to rush up and bite Lin Tian, but unfortunately they didn't have any strength left. They were powerless. Hate me. The more you hate me, the happier I am. Lin Tiandao. He raised the immortal sword in his hand again and cut the 3 people who spoke like watermelons. Then he used the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness to suppress them, shattering their souls and completely destroying their bodies and souls. He held the immortal sword and looked at the last 3 people. "Do you have any last words?" The 3 of them trembled and stared at Lin Tian with even more anger. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." The 3 of them cried. Their voices were hoarse, and their old faces were full of hatred. "Become a ghost?" Lin Tian was disdainful. "Can you do that?" He attacked calmly. The immortal sword slashed across and cut the last 3 people into pieces. Then he used the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness to suppress them again and mercilessly crush their souls. At this point, all the people in the Jiang family were dead. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew. It was very cold and rolled up wisps of black mist. Lin Tian used the dragon pattern to protect himself and the black dragon. He looked around casually and walked into the depths of the Jiang family. The Jiang family was very big, but now it was basically dilapidated. Every place was dark. Stepping into the depths of the Jiang family, the first thing he saw was the pavilion where the Jiang family stored their divine abilities and treasures. The pavilion was quite damaged. He walked in and found that all the divine ability manuals had been corroded by the murderous aura. The contents of the manuals could no longer be seen. He left the pavilion and walked past the place where the treasures and elixirs were stored. In the end, it was almost the same as the pavilion where the divine ability manuals were stored. Almost 99% of the treasures had lost their spirituality, and 99% of the elixirs had lost their effects. What a pity! He felt a little regretful. After walking past the divine ability pavilion, the treasured weapon pavilion, and the elixir pavilion, he only obtained a high-grade immortal artifact and 100 or so baodan. He didn't even get a single stalk of other medicinal herbs. All of them had turned into waste under the black mist. He took a deep breath and continued to walk deeper. Soon, he arrived at the most important hall of the Jiang family. The hall was sealed by a thick stone door. There were 4 big words engraved on it: Lingjing's Treasury. He pushed open the stone door and walked in. The space behind the stone door was very large, piled up with Lingjing like a mountain. However, at this moment, the Lingjing's originally bright spiritual light was gone. Now the Lingjing inside was almost pitch black like pieces of coal. Lin Tian immediately felt a little pained. He roughly estimated that the Lingjing inside definitely weighed more than 1,000,000 kilograms. But now, all the pieces of Lingjing he saw were pitch black. Let's see how many usable Lingjing I can dig out. He circulated the dragon burial scripture. The dragon patterns flickered as he cleaned up the treasury. About 2 hours later, he stopped. He dug out about 40,000 kilograms of usable Lingjing. In the end, only this small amount of Lingjing, which weighed more than 1,000,000 kilograms, could be used. Lin Tian immediately felt even more pained. Forget it. There's nothing I can do about it. In the end, he just shook his head. With his current cultivation and strength, if he wanted to destroy the Jiang family, he could only rely on the might of the bluestone. And with the demonic aura gathered in the bluestone, it could almost corrode everything. It was already very good that he could preserve 40,000 kilograms of Lingjing. He stepped out of the treasury and looked at the dilapidated Jiang family. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This bloodline seems to have a great Dao realm ancestor waiting outside to kill me. Presumably, he will return here. Looking at the dilapidated Jiang family, a cold smile appeared on his face again. Chapter 664. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with interesting novels to read. After leaving the Jiang clan's residence, Lin Tian walked into a deep mountain not long after. There were many green trees in the deep mountain, and the flowers and plants were very dense. There was a feeling of a winding path leading to a secluded area. He walked along some small paths towards the place where the Purple Cloud's empire was established. Now he was prepared to use the teleportation formation of the Purple Cloud Empire to go to the barbarian lands. Shui Yi, he muttered. He muttered as he thought of the young girl in the Ascension Dao School. Although he was a little reluctant to part with the two territories, he knew that even if he stayed in the Shun continent, because of the relationship between the formless immortal sect and the Seven Luminaries Empire, he would not be able to return to the Ascension Dao School. He could not have any contact with the people of the Ascension Dao School. Otherwise, the Ascension Dao School would definitely suffer. He also thought of Ling Yun and Lu Wei. He was reluctant to part with them, but he could not do anything. He could not meet them in Shenzhou. His eyes flashed. He wanted to go to the higher realms and obtain more power. One day, when he returned to Xingzhou, he would definitely step into the sky and destroy the phaseless immortal sect and the Seven Luminaries Empire. The strong are respected. In the world of cultivators, strength is the reason. He muttered to himself. He never agreed with this saying, but this was the law of survival in this world. He did not agree, but he had to adapt. In order to adapt to this law of survival, he had to become stronger, and then become the strongest. Only with the strongest power could he deal with all his enemies and protect his family and friends. The old forest was deep and serene. He walked forward step by step. This place was very far from the Purple Cloud Empire. Even if he flew, it would take about 5 days. But at this moment he was not in a hurry. Since he had already decided to leave Xingzhou and go to the barbarian lands, he did not need to care too much about these few days. He walked slowly, thinking about Shui Yi and the others. He was also thinking about something else. There are no fragments of the sword soul in Shangzhou. The divine swords in his sea of consciousness didn't have a complete sword spirit. They were scattered in the 9 layers of the 10 directions heaven domain. Previously, when he was searching for Ling Jing to improve his cultivation base, he tried to find the sword spirit fragments, but to no avail. Generally speaking, he had already traversed more than half of the flourishing continent. He had walked through some special places, such as the God-Burying Mountain Range, the Immortal Demon Ancient Range, and the true desolate Dao Cave, but he had not sensed the sword spirit fragment of the divine sword. I don't know if there are sword soul fragments in the barbarian land, or if there are none in the entire 3rd heaven. He muttered to himself. He had once speculated that the sword soul fragments were scattered all over the 10 heavens domains. He had also guessed that each heaven's domain should have part of the sword soul fragments. However, that was only a guess. As for the truth, he couldn't be 100% sure. Forget it. After going to the barbarian lands, I will explore the barbarian lands. If I still can't find it, I will go to the 4th heaven, he said in his heart. His footsteps were still calm as he walked into the distance, appearing to be very relaxed. Time passed, and 2 days passed in a flash. On this day, a group of cultivators passed by the mountain range where the Xuanlong Jiang family was located and saw a horrifying scene. The place where the Jiang family lived was originally filled with spiritual energy, but now it was shrouded in dark fog. The lush plants had all turned into dead trees, and the ground was completely dark. Looking from a distance, the palaces of the Jiang family had all collapsed. The group was horrified. Then a few courageous cultivators with good cultivation soared into the sky and arrived at the Jiang family's residence. They could clearly see the current situation of the Jiang family's residence. The entire residence had collapsed and turned into ruins. Moreover, standing in this place, they could even clearly feel the destructive fluctuations intertwining. At the same time, in the dilapidated residence of the Jiang family, a large word Lin was so dazzling and cold. In an instant, the cultivators who came here trembled. They felt as if they were suddenly under a bottomless ice abyss. Lin, Lin, someone trembled. It was only one word, but it was enough to explain everything. Soon, the news swept across the entire Qing continent in the blink of an eye. The Xuanlong Jiang family was destroyed in the hands of Lin Tian. In an instant, the entire Shang continent was shaken again. At first, after hearing the news, many people did not believe it. However, when some people personally rushed to the mountain range where the Jiang family was located and saw the tragic situation of the Jiang family's residents with their own eyes, they all trembled. As a result, another storm swept through Shin continent. After the Golden Flames Dao sect, Lin Tian, a small cultivator, also destroyed the Xuanlong Jiang family. The Xuanlong Jiang family, the strength of this lineage is comparable to the 6 great immortal sects. It's far from what the Golden Flames Dao sect can compare to. Moreover, the Golden Flames Dao sect lost its supreme elder, a group of immortal reaching elders and 12 reclusive elders. That was why Lin Tian took the opportunity to destroy them. However, the Jiang family is at its peak. How did Lin Tian destroy the Jiang family? I don't know. I only know that the mountain range where the Jiang family was established is completely shrouded in a black mist of murderous aura. It's almost turned into a ghost mountain. Looking at it from afar makes people feel a chill down their spines. That feeling is like looking at hell from afar. A peerless demon. This man is simply... The entire Shen continent was almost crazy and trembling. As one of the 12 sects, the destruction of the Golden Flames Dao sect a while ago was already the most shocking thing that had happened in the Shen continent in the past few thousand years. It was enough to be recorded in the history books of the Shen continent. But after that, only a few months had passed, and the Xuanlong Jiang family, which was comparable to the 6 great immortal sects, was also destroyed. 2 great powers were destroyed by the same person. There were still a few young members of the Jiang family who had not died. Because they had provoked Lin Tian outside in an attempt to provoke Lin Tian to appear, they had luckily managed to escape. After hearing this news, these people immediately flew back to the family, only to see a miserable and frightening scene. For a time, the disciples of the Jiang family were all trembling in fear and despair. Such a large clan was gone just like that. In the future, where should the Jiang family go? The formless immortal sect. After the death of this generation's sect master, Tuayili, the formless immortal sect, had always been under the control of a few supreme elders. At this time, when they heard this news, the expressions of the supreme elders couldn't help but change. A while ago, the Golden Flames Dao sect was destroyed by Lin Tian. How long had it been? The Xuanlong Jiang family, which was comparable to his formless immortal sect, was actually destroyed by Lin Tian. At this moment, the few elders couldn't help but tremble. They all felt a huge potential threat. No, we have to kill this beast as soon as possible. We can't let him grow any longer. 4th brother, stay behind. The rest of us will go out together. We must kill him as soon as possible. All right, the few supreme elders gritted their teeth. On this day, the 4th supreme elder of the formless immortal sect stayed in the sect while the other 6 supreme elders all soared into the sky. They charged out of the sect with a vast and dense fluctuation of Tao laws, causing all the disciples of the formless immortal sect to tremble. 7 luminaries empire. The Jiang family has been destroyed. The emperor lord of this lineage trembled. The strength of the Xuanlong Jiang family naturally couldn't be compared to his 7 luminaries empire. However, Lin Tian was still so young, and yet she was able to destroy the Xuanlong Jiang family at such a young age. Even his 7 luminaries empire felt a huge amount of pressure. If Lin Tian was given the chance to grow in another decade or so, how powerful would Lin Tian be? This was undoubtedly a great threat to his 7 luminaries empire. Search. Do everything you can to find that beast and kill it. The emperor lord of this lineage shouted. Immediately, the 7 luminaries empire sent out even more experts to search for Lin Tian in the Shen continent. However, they still couldn't find any traces of Lin Tian. Lin Tian seemed to have completely disappeared from the world. This caused all the important figures of the 7 luminaries empire to have ugly expressions. Time and time again, Lin Tian appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and they couldn't find him. In this way, even though the Seven Luminaries Empire had amazing strength and could look down on the Shun continent, they couldn't do anything. This was very frustrating. Go to the Divine Mystery Pavilion and ask the Oracle to help deduce the tracks of that beast. We must get that person to help at all costs. The Seven Luminaries Emperor roared. The Shun continent was in an uproar in the blink of an eye. Several great virtue realm existences of the formless immortal sect personally appeared to search for Lin Tian's traces. At the same time, a large number of experts from the Seven Luminaries Empire also moved out and ran all over the Shun continent, causing the cultivation world to tremble. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. During this time, Lin Tian walked around remote mountains and forests. His steps were gentle, and his state of mind seemed to be more profound. It was also on this day that he walked out of an old forest and finally approached the mountain range where the Purple Firmament Empire was established. This place was close to the Purple Firmament Empire, so it was naturally no longer remote. A group of cultivators passed by nearby. He avoided these cultivators and walked towards the Purple Firmament Empire. Only some voices reached his ears because of the discussions of the group of cultivators. A few great virtue realm grand elders of the formless immortal sect walked out together, and the Seven Luminaries Empire sent out even more experts. All of this is just for a small cultivator. How shocking! Isn't that so? A small cultivator around 20 years old without any backup has stirred up big waves time and time again, causing a few of the major forces in the Shun continent to be moved. He can be said to be the first person in thousands of years. It's hard to imagine. Don't think about it. That's a monster. Now, the entire cultivation world of the Shun continent is not peaceful. It's like everyone is in a panic. That's true. Because of the big movements of the formless immortal sect and the Seven Luminaries Empire this time, the cultivation world is indeed a little chaotic. This is nothing. At most, the cultivation world will be in chaos for a while. It actually doesn't affect us, but that Master Clairvoyant is in big trouble this time. It's said that the Seven Luminaries Empire invited Master Clairvoyant several times to deduce Lin Tian's whereabouts, so that he could help hunt down Lin Tian, but they were all rejected. Then the Seven Luminaries Empire flew into a rage out of humiliation. They actually directly captured Master Clairvoyant's disciple and imprisoned him in the clan. They used his disciple as a threat to force Master Clairvoyant to submit. The group discussed. In the distance, Lin Tian was already close to the mountain range where the Purple Firmament Empire was established. After hearing this, his body trembled. Chapter 665. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with exciting novels to read. Yen Ye. Or was captured by the Seven Luminaries Empire? The Oracle was imprisoned in the Seven Luminaries Empire and was threatened by the Seven Luminaries Empire with Yen Ye. Or to deduce his whereabouts? Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately stopped in his tracks towards the Purple Firmament Empire. Some time ago, he had even walked through a forest with his master and disciple. Although the clairvoyant master had always been a man of few words, and he had not had much actual interaction with him, he respected the clairvoyant master very much. It was the same now. The clairvoyant master was only treated like this because he was unwilling to help the Seven Luminaries Empire divine his whereabouts. Yen Ye. During those few days in the forest, he spoke the most with Yen Ye. In those few days, it did not seem like Yen Ye was accompanying her master to rest in the forest. Instead, it seemed like she was accompanying him. The Oracle seemed to be following them silently. Thinking back, that girl was very quiet and had a good personality. She always had an amiable smile. When they walked in the forest, she would pick some ingredients to make stew for him. He stopped and could not help but clench his hands. Because of him, the master and disciple pair met with trouble and were actually captured. Seven Luminaries Empire. A cold light flashed in his eyes. On his shoulder, The black dragon raised its head slightly. A cold light also flashed in its demonic eyes. During those few days, Yen Ya did not call it a demonic beast, but a friend of the demonic clan. Although when she carried it over from Lin Tian's shoulder, it gave people the feeling of carrying a pet. Although it could not stand being tormented like that, it had a good impression of Yen Ya. She was the only human other than Lin Tian that it had a good impression of. Now that it heard such news, it naturally would not be happy. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the faintly visible place of the purple firmament empire. In the end, he did not continue forward and retreated silently. After leaving this place, he took out a black cloak to cover his face. Not long after, he arrived outside Muyong City. At this time, the great elders of the formless immortal sect had personally walked out, and the Seven Luminaries Empire had also sent a large group of experts to search for him. Therefore, he had no choice but to be careful and not be as casual as before. The Tomb Palace City was the most famous ancient city in the Prosper Continent. There were many people coming and going in this city. He wore a black cloak and entered this ancient city. After a few dozen breaths, he arrived in front of a simple but not ordinary pavilion, the Divination Pavilion. At this time, the inside of the Divine Secret Pavilion was empty, but there were many people outside. Many people were pointing inside. After arriving, he peered through his black cloak into the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Not only was the interior empty, but the simple tables and chairs were in disarray. Many of them were broken, and further in was the small hut where Master God Diviner had performed auguries for others. The bamboo curtains outside the hut had been rudely ripped off and tossed to the ground like trash. He shifted his gaze and looked to the other side. In the past, when Master God Diviner performed auguries for others, the girl would always stand in the Divination Pavilion and welcome everyone with a smile. He could still vaguely see the pretty figure of the girl standing in the hut. That godly diviner usually keeps a low profile. Although he will receive some remuneration when he divines some matters, the remuneration he asks for is extremely little. Yet he is currently being treated in this manner by the Seven Luminaries Empire. It's really too much, isn't it? With Master God Diviner's ability, he can join any large force at will, and the treatment he will receive will not be low. However, Master God Diviner has always stayed in the Divination Pavilion and solved various problems for ordinary people. His righteousness is admirable. Regarding the grudge between the Seven Luminaries Empire and Lin Tian, the Seven Luminaries Empire is also unreasonable based on the divine consciousness engraving that Lin Tian once used. Master God Diviner is only unwilling to deduce Lin Tian's whereabouts, but he ended up like this. Sigh. Lady Ye is also very nice. In the past, when I came here to ask for advice, Lady Ye would sometimes brew a cup of tea for those who came to ask for advice. Although the tea is very ordinary, the thought is very precious. That Seven Luminaries Empire is really despicable. None of these large forces are good people. The crowd lowered their voices. A yellow-clothed youth said, I don't know how long Master God Diviner can persist in not performing auguries for Lin Tian for the Seven Luminaries Empire. I think he won't be stubborn for long. After all, his disciple was captured. Hearing this, many people around frowned. What are you talking about? Senior Master God Diviner is an upright person. If he was willing to perform auguries for the Seven Luminaries Empire, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? That senior would definitely not use other people's lives to solve his own crisis. That's right. Don't talk nonsense. You are insulting that senior's character. Some people were dissatisfied. The yellow-clothed youth snorted and said, I am speaking the truth. It is said that Master God Diviner's disciple is an outstanding beauty. If the Seven Luminaries Empire finds a few men in their clan and tells Master God Diviner that if he doesn't perform auguries for Lin Tian, they will let a few men do some secret things to his disciple. At that time, will Master God Diviner give in? Saying this, the yellow-clothed youth, seemed very proud. In this place, some people who had received favors from Master God Diviner immediately glared at him. "How can you say such things?" Lin Tian was hidden in the crowd. His eyes were cold. He appeared in front of the yellow-clothed youth in one step and directly threw a punch. Bang! There were specks of blood in the air. The yellow-clothed youth flew more than 100 feet away and crashed into a wine tower. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fainted directly. This shocked many people in the wine tower. The steward of the wine tower even cursed and swore. Outside the Divine Secrets Pavilion, many people gave Lin Tian a thumbs up under the black cloak. Although these cultivators did not know who was under the cloak at this moment, they all felt very refreshed, as if they had vented their anger. "Good beating, my friend. That's right. That little bastard deserves a beating," a few people said. Lin Tian did not say anything, nor did he respond. He carried the cloak and left this place. Not long after, he stepped out of Toon Palace City. After leaving Toon Palace City, he walked into a forest. For a moment, he did not know what to do, but his eyes were very cold. Not long after, he appeared on a mountain peak and looked at the 7 luminaries' empire from afar. There was a cold aura around him. The clairvoyant master and Yenya were captured by the 7 luminaries' empire. This faction used Yenya as a threat to force the clairvoyant master to submit. All of this was because of him. He believed in the clairvoyant master's character. The clairvoyant master would definitely not help the 7 luminaries' empire to deduce his whereabouts. And now, this was what he was most afraid of. If the clairvoyant master refused to submit, he was afraid that the 7 luminaries' empire would really do something to Yenya. Or, if that really happened, he would probably be uneasy for the rest of his life. He would live in guilt for the rest of his life and would never be able to forgive himself. What should I do? He clenched his hands. With his current strength, he was definitely no match for the 7 luminaries' empire. Should he ask the Purple Clouds' empire for help? That was not realistic. Although he had done some favors for the Purple Clouds' empire, he would not be so arrogant to think that they would start a war with the 7 luminaries' empire just because of this small favor. Too many people would die, and the Purple Clouds' empire could not afford to lose them. He clenched his fists. What could he do now? Asking for help from the Purple Clouds' empire to go to the 7 luminaries' empire to help him save people was not obvious, and he could not just leave like that and leave the clairvoyant master and Yenya alone. That was not his character. He looked into the distance, in the direction of the 7 luminaries' empire. The cold light in his eyes became thicker, and murderous light leaped. Now, even if he self-destructed and revealed himself, the 7 luminaries' empire would probably not let go of the clairvoyant master and Yenya. They would probably only release the clairvoyant master and Yenya after killing him. Furthermore, they might even kill the clairvoyant master and Yenya directly after killing him. After all, the clairvoyant master's abilities were not small. If they let him go, the clairvoyant master would deduce the 7 luminaries' empires' whereabouts for the other empires later. It would be a huge disaster for the 7 luminaries' empire. In order to prevent such a disaster from happening, the simplest way was to directly kill the clairvoyant master and his disciple. This was practically an endless cycle. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. The cold light in his eyes was extremely thick, and his murderous intent was overflowing. Clap! Clap! At this moment, a hand silently landed on his shoulder. "Hey, kid, do you need help?" The lazy voice, the familiar smell of alcohol. In an instant, Lin Tian trembled violently. He took off his black cloak as fast as he could and turned his head to look. A handsome middle-aged man in a white robe had his arm around his neck. The expression on his face was as lazy as his voice, and he looked at him with a faint smile. He was extremely surprised and clenched his fists even tighter. "Old man." It had been too long since they had parted in the Demon Burial Valley. This middle-aged man was his teacher, the man who had sent him to the second heaven. He was known as an old drunkard, the peerless genius of the Burning Sun sect. An old drunkard put his arm around Lin Tian's neck and laughed, but he was quite dissatisfied. "Kid, you're not cute at all. After such a long time, your dearest teacher suddenly appeared. Shouldn't you be crying with joy, grabbing the corner of his clothes and calling him master?" With that said, an old drunkard imitated Lin Tian's previous action and touched his chin. "Well, that's what I think." Lin Tian was originally a little anxious, but after seeing an old drunkard appear, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared in an instant. At this moment, listening to an old drunkard's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. An old drunkard laughed again. Then his eyes moved slightly and fell on the black flood dragon on Lin Tian's shoulder. "TSK, the legendary flood dragon. Not bad. Let's try to completely awaken the bloodline in this little guy's body in the future and turn him into a true dragon. After that, we can ride a true dragon and travel the world. It's so cool just thinking about it." Lin Tian was speechless, but the black flood dragon trembled fiercely. It looked at an old drunkard's eyes, and its scales stood up. At this time, an old drunkard's aura was very ordinary, but the black flood dragon felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation, as if it was facing a peerless black hole that could swallow the world. Chapter 666. Lin Tian noticed the black flood dragon's abnormal reaction and was slightly puzzled. "What's wrong?" he asked the black flood dragon. An old drunkard was his teacher. He only felt close to an old drunkard. Moreover, his cultivation was not as strong as the black flood dragon, so he did not feel any terrifying fluctuations. It was no different from usual. The black flood dragon looked away from an old drunkard's eyes and shook his head. Lin Tian said, "Oh," and looked at an old drunkard again. He paused and said, "Back then, the battle in the Demon Burial Valley, an old drunkard's beloved woman was killed by the 4 demon gods that were sealed in the Demon Burial Valley." He knew how important that battle was to an old drunkard. Therefore, even though he could vaguely guess the outcome of that battle when he saw that an old drunkard was unharmed, he could not bear to ask about it even though he was in a hurry to save his friend. An old drunkard did not laugh. He just smiled and said, "It's all settled." "That's good." Lin Tian also smiled. The teacher and disciple were reunited after a long separation. The atmosphere was as harmonious as ever. Over 10 breaths later, Lin Tian spoke once more. "My friend has been captured." An old drunkard appeared here. He guessed that an old drunkard already knew something, but he still briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. "Understood, don't worry." An old drunkard smiled and raised his right hand. He gently waved his hand, and the void instantly collapsed, revealing a silver crack. Seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This did not seem to be a simple crack in the void. The black flood dragon on his shoulder trembled again. Its monster body was only about 3 inches long, but it could not help but shrink its neck. "Let's go." An old drunkard smiled. An old drunkard hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and stepped into the silver crack. In the next moment, he disappeared from the mountain peak and brought Lin Tian to a vast celestial mountain. As far as the eye could see, the palaces in front were all majestic and lofty, comparable to the purple clouds empire. Lin Tianji felt his heart skip a beat. 7 Luminaries Empire. He had read the history books of the Prosper continent and naturally knew the location and the general model of the 7 Luminaries Empire. At this moment, his heart palpitated. After all, the mountain peak he stood on earlier was extremely far away from the 7 Luminaries Empire. Even with his current cultivation at the immortal connecting level, it would take him 2 days and 2 nights to reach there if he flew nonstop. However, an old drunkard had just streaked through the air and arrived at this place with a single step. It was as if he had passed through a spatial teleportation formation. What kind of method was this? Ordinary Enlightenment realm cultivators did not seem to have this kind of ability, right? "Old man, are you still in the Enlightenment realm?" He was a little shocked. Shattering the void with a single hand and traversing hundreds of thousands of miles with a single step. This was simply a method from the legends. Take a guess. An old drunkard smiled. Lin Tian took a deep breath and said, Nirvana realm? He remembered that an old drunkard was at the second level of enlightenment realm back then. Almost 3 years had passed since they parted at the Demon Burial Valley. It was almost impossible for him to reach the Nirvana realm from the second level of enlightenment realm in 3 years. However, such a method was definitely not something enlightenment realm cultivator could perform. This made him frown. Then, in the next moment, he was slightly shocked again as he thought of something. In the past, an old drunkard had been depressed because of the death of his beloved. Now that he had gotten his revenge, the depression in his heart had dissipated. Perhaps there would be a sudden, explosive change in his cultivation. According to this conjecture, it was not impossible for an old drunkard to reach the Nirvana realm in 3 years. Is it? He asked an old drunkard. An old drunkard touched his chin. More or less. Lin Tian was a little dissatisfied with this answer. What do you mean by more or less? Yes means yes, no means no. The old drunkard laughed and waved the hand around his neck. Good disciple, don't care about these details. Your dear master is here to help you save people. Saving people is the most important thing. What's the point of cultivation? Why do you care? Lin Tianyi was stunned and then nodded. He looked at the 7 luminaries empire in front of him, and a cold light intertwined in his eyes. Although he did not have much contact with the clairvoyant master, he respected his integrity very much. Back then, when he traveled with Yen for a few days, he had formed a good friendship with him. He was his good friend. Now, the 7 luminaries empire's actions had seriously touched his bottom line. Let's go, an old drunkard said. With just one step, an old drunkard brought Lin Tian to the front of the main gate of the 7 luminaries empire's palace. Looking from this place up close, the 7 luminaries empire looked even more majestic and magnificent, like a crouching ancient beast. Who's there? There were naturally guards in front of the 7 luminaries empire's gate. Each of them had thick blood qi and walked forward with spears in hand. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He did not like anyone from this faction. An old drunkard had a lazy smile on his face. He did not hide anything and walked straight into the 7 luminaries empire, still not stopping. How dare you barge into my 7 luminaries empire? You're courting death. A few guards rushed forward, waving their spears and intertwining killing lights. These people were all at the peak of the Zephyr realm. One had to admit that the 7 luminaries empire was very powerful. Even the guards had such strong cultivation. Soon, they rushed to an old drunkard. Their killing lights were even thicker and extremely cold. However, in the next moment, an old drunkard did not do anything, but the few people who rushed forward all trembled violently and fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Tian looked down and found that there were no marks on their bodies. His gaze fell on their eyes that were still wide open. There was still life in them, which meant that they were not dead. They had just fainted. However, he found intense fear in these pairs of eyes. These people had actually fainted from fright. This caused him to be shocked. What had just happened? These peak Zephyr realm cultivators fainted from fright from an old drunkard. On his shoulder, the black dragon could not help but tremble again. Good disciple, follow me. An old drunkard's voice came from the front. Lin Tian came back to his senses. Although he was shocked, he still quickly followed. The main gate of the 7 luminaries empire was usually closed. An old drunkard walked calmly and still did not make any movements. However, in front of him, the thick iron gate of the 7 luminaries empire suddenly exploded with a bang, revealing a flat road, straight into the behemoth that looked down on Prosper Continent. Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air and quickened his pace. Soon, he was not far behind the old drunkard. What's going on? What happened? Who destroyed the divine gate? Inside the seven luminaries' empire, angry voices rang out. In the blink of an eye, many powerhouses rushed to the main gate. Smoke and dust floated in the air. An old drunkard walked out, and Lin Tian followed behind silently. The gazes of the seven luminaries' empires group all landed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian, little B*** starred, it's you. You invited help. How dare you barge into the seven luminaries' empire? You destroyed the divine gate of the seven luminaries' empire. How dare you? You're asking for death. Inside the seven luminaries' empire, the cultivators glanced at an old drunkard, and their gazes fell on Lin Tian again. Take him down. Let him live first, and let the imperial lord deal with him. Kill those who come to help him in the cruelest way possible, someone said coldly. Instantly, 17 luminaries' clan powerhouses rushed over. The few in the lead were powerhouses at the peak of the fifth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. These people rushed over with murderous auras wrapped around their bodies and terrifying auras. The old drunkard's expression was lazy and calm. He walked towards the very center of the seven luminaries' empire by himself and still did not do anything. However, in the next moment, the several dozen people who had charged over all fainted without exception, collapsing on the ground with a thump. Only their eyes remained wide open, as if they had seen the most terrifying ghost king in the world. Lin Tian was shocked. There were powerhouses at the peak of the fifth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm among them. Even they fainted from fear. An old drunkard continued walking forward. He took a deep breath and followed closely behind again. At this moment, seeing another group of people from the seven luminaries' empire rushing over, the shock in his eyes turned into a cold glint. He hated people who hurt his family and friends the most. This is... Who are you? Stop! The group of people from the seven luminaries' empire rushed over. At this moment, their gazes all fell on an old drunkard. Dozens of people rushed over, but they all fainted silently, including a few powerhouses at the peak of the fifth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. This scene was undeniably horrifying and made their hearts tremble. At this moment, they all realized that an old drunkard was not ordinary. An old drunkard walked calmly as if he was walking into his own backyard. He was very casual and completely ignored the people around him. How dare you? I told you to stop. You're courting death. The group of people from the seven luminaries' empire was furious. Instantly, everyone attacked. Endless killing lights blasted towards an old drunkard. However, these terrifying killing lights disappeared silently when they were 3 feet away from an old drunkard's body. They did not even lift the corner of an old drunkard's clothes. For a moment, the people who attacked were all horrified. There were few powerhouses at the 9th heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm among them. But now the outcome was like this. Who exactly are you? Someone shouted. However, in the next moment, when an old drunkard got closer, this person trembled violently and fell limply. Soon, the people around him were also in trouble. They all trembled and fell to the ground with thuds. Gradually, more and more powerhouses from the seven luminaries' empire rushed out. Thief Lin! Damn it! How dare you barge into our seven luminaries' empire? Suppress them! Angry roars sounded one after another. However, in the next moment, all sounds disappeared. Lin Tian followed behind an old drunkard and followed an old drunkard to the center of the seven luminaries' empire. Other than him and the black dragon, everyone who was within 3 feet of an old drunkard fainted without exception. Boom! A violent aura spread out with faint Tao waves. A powerhouse at the half-step great Tao realm stepped out. It was comparable to the black dragon. You're courting death. The half-step, great Tao realm powerhouse's eyes were cold. He descended from the sky and reached out his hand, pressing towards Lin Tian and an old drunkard at the same time. Chapter 667. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Although Lin Tian knew that an old drunkard was very strong, he still couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. As an old drunkard walked, he didn't see an old drunkard make a move. However, the people who came forward fainted one by one. He looked behind him. The 7 Luminaries' empire was not damaged at all. However, there were figures lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. The old drunkard was lazy and calm as he casually walked forward. Lin Tian looked around and followed behind silently. Boom! 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 Gradually, more and more powerful people rushed out from this faction towards an old drunkard and Lin Tiansha. However, just like the others, the people in front all fell to the ground and fainted with their eyes wide open. An old drunkard brought Lin Tian with him. His steps were slow and smooth. Soon, they arrived at the center of the 7 Luminaries' empire. In front of them was a luxurious hall made of purple crystal jade. It flickered with a faint light and had an oppressive aura. At this moment, a few figures walked out of the hall. The leader was a middle-aged man in a purple-gold dragon robe. His blood qi was shockingly dense. Beside the middle-aged man were a few elders. The fluctuations around them were even more terrifying than the middle-aged man in the dragon robe. The hall was called the 7 Luminaries' Hall. It was the central sacred hall of the 7 Luminaries' empire. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe was the current 7 Luminaries' overlord. The few elders beside him were naturally the great virtue realm supreme elders of this faction. The group of people all had cold eyes. Moreover, there were a few other figures behind them. Their auras were slightly weaker than the middle-aged man in the dragon robe, but not by much. The weakest was at least at the 9th heaven of the Ascension realm. Clearly, they were also important figures of this faction. Thief! You dared to barge into my 7 Luminaries' empire just because you found a helper. What do you think my 7 Luminaries' empire is? The 7 Luminaries' emperor's voice was cold and indifferent. However, he soon snorted. However, this is also good. Originally, I wanted to use the oracle's power to deduce your whereabouts. I never imagined that you would deliver yourself to me. This saves me a lot of trouble. Compared to this person, Lin Tian's eyes were even colder. Where are Senior Clairvoyant and Miss Ya? Let them out immediately. Staring at the 7 Luminaries' overlord, he was not polite at all. His words were filled with undisguised, killing intent that was extremely cold. Such an attitude undoubtedly caused the 7 Luminaries' overlord's face to turn even colder. He immediately raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. This middle-aged man saw the disciples lying on the ground in the 7 Luminaries' empire. Among them, there were even half-step peak, great Tao cultivators who were no weaker than him. He also knew that this was done by an old drunkard beside Lin Tian. He knew that an old drunkard was very strong, but at this moment he still didn't care. At this moment, the few grand elders of the great Tao realm from his faction were all present. Among them, there were even existences at the 7th heaven of the great Tao. With such a lineup, how could they possibly fear a mere helper that Lin Tian had found? Whoa! The void suddenly rumbled. The 7 Luminaries' overlord was also at the half-step great Tao realm. He was not far from the great Tao realm. At this moment, he attacked ruthlessly. The fluctuations were truly shocking. Even the black dragon's demonic eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure. Slap! A loud slap was heard. In the next moment, the 7 Luminaries' overlord was directly sent flying. His teeth, mixed with blood, floated in the void. Many disciples of the 7 Luminaries' empire had already gathered near the 7 Luminaries' main hall. It was a dark mass. Among them, there were many grand immortal realm cultivators. At this moment, when they saw this scene, their their expressions changed instantly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The overlord of their faction would soon enter the great Tao realm. But now he was sent flying in such a sorry state. Don't casually attack other people's disciples. As the master, I will be very unhappy. An old drunkard said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, it undoubtedly shocked everyone present. You did it. No, you didn't attack just now. What's going on? A few supreme elders shouted in a low voice. Just now, when the 7 luminaries overlord attacked Lin Tian, their gazes fell on an old drunkard. Their expressions were very indifferent. During this process, they did not see an old drunkard attack. In the distance, the 7 luminaries overlord stood up. He was shocked and angry. He was the master of a great empire, but at this moment he was actually sent flying in front of everyone. He did not see who did it, but at this moment, when he heard an old drunkard's words, he instantly knew that it was done by an old drunkard. A ruthless aura appeared in his eyes. You, slap. Another slap was heard. The 7 luminaries overlord was sent flying again. This time, he directly smashed into a jade pillar. At this place, many people in the 7 luminaries' empire felt a chill down their spines. Their own overlord had been sent flying twice. Now, these people were certain that it was done by an old drunkard. However, they did not see an old drunkard move at all. In their vision, an old drunkard stood calmly in front of Lin Tian. From the beginning to the end, he did not move at all. Who are you? The supreme elder leading this faction spoke. His cultivation was at the 7th heaven of the Great Path. His strength was shocking, and his eyes were very cold. Just because you have some strength and speed, you think you can go anywhere you want? Aren't you being too confident? The 3rd supreme elder said coldly. Beside him, the eyes of the other supreme elders turned cold. They stared at an old drunkard in unison. The great path realm divine power surged towards an old drunkard like a vast ocean. The tyrannical power completely sealed the space in all directions. Lin Tian clearly felt this. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly calmed down. He just stared coldly at the group of important figures in the 7 luminaries' empire in front of him. So what if the space in all directions was sealed? With an old drunkard standing here, he did not need to worry about anything. He knew very well that an old drunkard's strength was enough to crush everyone here. Majestic Tao laws surged and fell towards an old drunkard, causing the space to distort inch by inch. However, with an old drunkard as the center, the space within a 30-feet radius was calm. This shocked the few Great Path experts. A bunch of old arms and legs. Why bother to use divine power? An old drunkard's expression was lazy. In the next moment, the surrounding divine power collapsed, causing the 7 luminaries' empire supreme elders to stagger backward. Let's talk about the matter of you capturing my precious disciples' friends. How about we invite those 2 out now? The 7 luminaries' empire supreme elders were shocked because they were forced back. At this moment, they were moved again when they heard an old drunkard's words. The 3rd supreme elder exclaimed, "You're that little B******'*'*'''''''*'*' master!" Smack! The loud and clear sound of a slap rang out. This person was sent flying more than 100 zhang away, directly shattering a palace in that place. You're already so old, yet you keep calling me a little B********. How disrespectful. An old drunkard said, "This, the 3rd supreme elder, is at the 4th heaven of the Great Path. He was actually... How did this happen? How is this possible?" Everyone's expression changed. Moreover, even the Grand Elder, who was the leader of this branch, was moved. He stared at the old drunkard with vigilance. This person was unfathomable. It seems that you're unwilling to invite them out. An old drunkard said, "Our 7 luminaries' empire has been around for countless years. We've also looked down on this prosper continent for countless years. No one has ever taken anyone away from our 7 luminaries empire, not even those in the Enlightenment realm. The leader of this faction, the Supreme Elder, said coldly. An old drunkard had a lazy smile on his face. He did not mind. After a pause, he raised his hand and tore open a void. He pulled out a middle-aged man with a pale face and weak vitality. "Kid, is this the person you mentioned?" Lin Tianwei was shocked. Then she revealed a look of joy. Yes, this middle-aged man was the marvelous mathematician. At this moment, he was pleasantly surprised. However, the expressions of the people from the 7 luminaries empire around him changed drastically. Even the few great Tao Realm Supreme Elders were no exception. The marvelous mathematician who was imprisoned in the depths of the 7 luminaries empire was actually torn open by someone and easily rescued. What kind of method was this? The marvelous mathematician was naturally surprised to be pulled out by an old drunkard. Then, when he saw Lin Tian, he was even more surprised. "It's you? Why are you here?" Although this middle-aged man's vitality was very weak and his face was very pale, he had always been very calm. At this moment, it was rare for him to lose his composure and be slightly calm. Lin Tian bowed. "Because of this senior has to suffer. I'm really sorry." Lin Tian Dao introduced an old drunkard to the marvelous mathematician. "This is this junior's teacher." Lin Tian did not say much, but the marvelous mathematician understood that Lin Tian had asked his teacher to save him and Yenya. "Many thanks." The marvelous mathematician nodded to Lin Tian and clasped his hands to an old drunkard. If he was captured alone, it would not be a big deal. But now the key was that Yenya was also captured. Now that Lin Tian had asked his teacher to help, he was naturally grateful. The big shots of the 7 luminaries empire were all gloomy. Now that Lin Tian had come here and intruded into the 7 luminaries empire, the marvelous mathematician was no longer of any use. Their gazes fell on Lin Tian and an old drunkard. "Sir, who are you?" The Supreme Elder, who was the leader of this faction, stared at an old drunkard. His voice was very low and his expression was very serious. An old drunkard did not respond at all. He completely ignored everyone and sized up the marvelous mathematician. He narrowed his eyes slightly and a faint light flashed across them. "There's one more," Lin Tian said at this time, and at the same time described Yenya's appearance briefly. At this time, he also ignored the big shots of the 7 luminaries empire. An old drunkard nodded. His divine sense swept out silently and quickly found Yenya. However, at this time, an old drunkard was slightly moved. A light flashed across his eyes. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, under the shocked gazes of the group of 7 luminaries dynasty cultivators, he raised his right hand slightly and tore open the void in front of him again, pulling out a young lady in a silk dress. The girl in the silk dress was Yenya. The marvelous mathematician had a rare look of joy on his face. He thanked an old drunkard again. Then he pulled the surprised Yenya over and sized her up. After a dozen breaths, he finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yenya was fine. "Miss you've suffered." Lin Tian stepped forward and said, Chapter 668, Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian felt a little apologetic. It was because of him that Yenya had been captured. Although it wasn't a big deal, judging from her weakened mental state, she had obviously suffered some hardships. This made him feel very apologetic. Yenya's figure was graceful, and her face was beautiful. She wore a jade green dress that made her look holy and pure. Only her face was slightly pale. Looking at Lin Tian, she blinked and said, "You actually came here?" Yenya was very surprised. The 7 luminaries empire had captured her and used her to threaten the oracle to deduce Lin Tian's whereabouts. She did not expect Lin Tian to come to the 7 luminaries' empire for her and the oracle. This made her look at Lin Tian with a strange light in her eyes. Lin Tian nodded and smiled. If he did not come, how could he be at ease? On his shoulder, the black dragon raised its head slightly and then lay down again. "You're the oracle, right?" At this time, an old drunkard suddenly spoke, completely ignoring the 7 luminaries' empire as if this was his own backyard. He pointed at Lin Tian and said to the oracle, "Look, my good disciple is all right? Character, talent, combat strength, no matter which point it is, he can be called a peerless genius. What do you think?" The oracle was a little surprised. He did not understand what an old drunkard meant, but he still nodded. "That's right." He and Yenya were captured because of Lin Tian. Although he was unwilling to deduce Lin Tian's whereabouts for the 7 luminaries' empire, he did not think that Lin Tian would do anything for him and Yenya. But now Lin Tian had come directly to the 7 luminaries' empire. This was enough to prove Lin Tian's character. As for what had happened in the Shangzhou recently, Lin Tian had killed a group of experts from the Phaseless Immortal sect, annihilated the Golden Fire Dao School, and destroyed the dragon-seeking family. This was enough to show Lin Tian's talent and fighting strength. It could be said that not only could Lin Tian be called a peerless genius, he could even be called a heaven-defying monster. Lin Tian was also a little surprised. Why did this old man suddenly praise him in front of a person he had just met? "As long as you're satisfied." An old drunkard laughed heartily at this time. Suddenly he stared at Yenya, and said, "Look, my disciple is so outstanding. He is about the same age as this girl. Why don't you betroth this girl to my disciple?" Lin Tian was stunned when he heard this. Yenya opened her mouth and said in a daze, "Huh?" On Lin Tian's shoulder, He Jiao was also surprised. He felt that Lin Tian's master's change of mind was too sudden. Just now he was saving people, but now he was talking about marriage. Lin Tian came back to his senses and was speechless. He said angrily, "Old man, what nonsense are you talking about at this time?" An old drunkard slapped him and said, "Your master is doing this for your own good." An old drunkard looked at the godly mathematician again and smiled. He rubbed his hands and said, "What do you think, fellow Taoist? What do you think of my proposal?" Lin Tian was very angry. If this was not his master, he would have kicked him. The godly mathematician looked at an old drunkard, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He seemed to be a little surprised, but he forced a smile and said, "Actually, it's not impossible. As long as Ya likes him and is willing to be with him, I have no objections." The godly mathematician's words were actually a disguised rejection. Speaking of which, he did have a good impression of Lin Tian. However, he could not marry off his disciple so suddenly. Lin Tianwei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the godly mathematician was normal. An old drunkard laughed. He was not disappointed by the rejection in the godly mathematician's words at all. "I'm glad to hear that." With that, an old drunkard waved his hand, sending a beam of light into the godly mathematician's body. Instantly, the godly mathematician's weak blood energy was restored, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. "I have a small gift for my dear disciple." A look of surprise appeared in the godly mathematician's eyes as he stared at an old drunkard. "You." It was just a beam of light, but it had restored all of the blood energy he had used up over the years. What kind of power was that? Yen unnaturally sensed the changes in the godly mathematician, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. "Many thanks, Senior," she said, bowing deeply to an old drunkard. A teacher for a day, a father for life. An old drunkard's beam of light was comparable to a life-prolonging elixir, and had strengthened the godly mathematician's essence, energy, and spirit. It was a huge favor, and she was very grateful. An old drunkard waved his hand and laughed. "Don't be in such a hurry to call me Senior. I'll wait for the day when you call me Master." Lin Tian was speechless. Did this old guy eat the wrong medicine all of a sudden? An old drunkard seemed to know what Lin Tian was thinking. He raised his hand and gave him another slap. You'll know in the future. Boom! At this moment, a shocking wave swept out in all directions, and the void rumbled. The 7 luminaries' empire's grand elders' faces were ashen and gloomy. They felt that an old drunkard was too arrogant. He came to their territory to snatch people, and then directly ignored them. He actually asked for a marriage for his disciple in their own clan. How overboard was that? At this moment, they all pushed their divine power to the limit, and the Tao law waves were like the sea. Literature building. At the same time, the Grand Elder who was the leader of this faction spoke. His voice was cold and piercing. Activate the protective formation. Boom! The killing intent was vast and mighty. In an instant, dense formation patterns appeared in the sky above the 7 luminaries' empire. They were intricate and complicated. In an instant, this space was covered in killing light. The killing intent seemed to be able to tear everything apart, causing people to feel fear and despair. Lin Tian frowned, and a silver light flashed across his eyes. He was a rank 6-array manipulator. At this moment, he could naturally see that this was the amalgamation of rank 7 complete killing formations. There were more than 1,000 of them, and their combined power was indeed terrifying. The Oracle and Yenya, Ai's expressions also froze slightly. This level of killing formation could almost threaten Enlightenment realm powerhouses. There's only one word for those who barge into our 7 luminaries' empire: death. The Grand Elder who was the leader of this faction shouted. This old man was at the 7th heaven of the Great Path. At this moment, he did not dare to underestimate an old drunkard at all. He directly activated his faction's protective formation and worked with the other Grand Elders to activate it. The dense killing light pressed down on an old drunkard. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the space directly shattered. Boundless light directly drowned the old drunkard, stirring up terrifying gales and waves in the area. Our clan's protective formation can even kill Enlightenment realm powerhouses when activated at full power. It's enough to destroy that arrogant middle-aged man. Many people from this faction clenched their fists. It was also at this moment that a crisp sound was heard. In front, where the dense killing light drowned, a faint light flashed and shattered all the killing light, revealing the figures of an old drunkard and the others. They were not injured at all. Not only were they unscathed, but even the corners of their clothes were not blown up by the wind. How is this possible? Many 7 luminaries' empire disciples were shocked. The protective clan grand formation had been activated, and had been activated to the limit by the joint efforts of several great Tao realm supreme elders from his faction. Such power was sufficient to severely injure an ordinary comprehension realm expert, or even kill an ordinary comprehension realm expert. Yet now, it hadn't even lifted the corners of the old drunkards and the others' clothes. The Grand Elders from this faction were even more shocked as they stared at an old drunkard. An old drunkard raised his head and looked at the densely packed formation runes in the void. He did not do anything, but in the next moment, the dense formation runes collapsed and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Our clan's protective formation was destroyed. Someone was horrified. In the distance, the 7 luminaries' emperor had already stood up. At this moment, he stared at an old drunkard and was also a little terrified. Who was this person? Damn it! Let's work together and activate the superior grade Tao weapon. Several Grand Elders roared in a low voice. Several great Tao powerhouses formed seals at the same time. In the next moment, a treasured cauldron rushed from afar. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation as if it was going to annihilate everything. It directly collapsed a large part of the space. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Seven Luminaries Cauldron. Not long ago, when he fought with the third prince of this faction, he had seen a replica of this cauldron. Its power was extremely terrifying. Kill! The leading Grand Elder of this faction shouted in a low voice. Suddenly the cauldron shone brightly. An unparalleled killing light poured down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. An old drunkard's expression did not change. He was still lazy. With a slight flick of his finger, a faint light flew out like a lightning arrow and instantly collided with the 7 Luminaries cauldron. Ka! With a crisp sound, the dazzling divine light outside the 7 Luminaries cauldron shattered. The cauldron was instantly covered with cracks. In the next moment, it shattered with a crack and turned into debris that filled the sky. Such a scene directly caused everyone in the 7 Luminaries Empire to tremble. Their superior-grade Dao weapon was actually destroyed just like that. At this moment, even Lin Tian's expression changed. A superior-grade Dao weapon with boundless power was actually destroyed just like that. I didn't control it well. An old drunkard muttered to himself. Lin Tian, on his shoulder, the black dragon shrunk its neck again and said in a rare manner, "Your master is a pervert!" A superior-grade Dao weapon was destroyed just because he didn't control its power well. What kind of power was that? You deserve to die. The Grand Elders of the 7 Luminaries Empire were both shocked and furious. Their eyes were red. Their clan's superior-grade Dao weapon, the strongest treasure weapon, was destroyed just like that. As they roared and roared, the divine light around their bodies vibrated. All of them took out powerful mystic arts and secret techniques and attacked an old drunkard together. At this moment, these people were almost driven crazy by the destruction of the superior-grade Dao weapon. An old drunkard did not make any substantial moves, but a faint light spread out and sent them flying. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fell miserably in the distance. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my 7 Luminaries Empire? At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. In the depths of this faction, an old man stepped out. The waves around his body were turbulent like waves. Ancestor. The ancestor is out. That's great. Now that the ancestor is out, he can definitely kill this evil thief. Everyone in this faction was pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. Battle Comprehension Realm. A few decades ago, this faction had a battle comprehension expert who was trapped in the true wilderness Dao Cave and then killed by him. However, the people of Prosper Continent guessed that this faction still had a battle comprehension expert overseeing the clan. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Ancestor. The few Grand Elders of this faction spoke out, and all of them bowed respectfully. In the distance, the 7 Luminaries Empire's ancestor stepped out. Light intertwined around him like an immortal god. Chapter 669. The 7 Luminaries Empire's ancestor wore a purple dragon robe. Although his face was a little old and his voice was a little hoarse, the ripples outside his body were extremely powerful. Novel Dash 79XS Dash Ancestor. The Grand Elders, Overlord, and some other important figures all knelt on the ground to pay their respects. The 7 Luminaries Empire's ancestor glanced at the 7 Luminaries, Overlord, and the others. His gaze moved and landed on an old drunkard. Even though he hadn't come out just now, the old man could tell at a glance who was the one who had disturbed the peace of his lineage. Ancestor, please take action and suppress him. We can't let these people go. Ancestor, please do it. The Grand Elders all spoke out. The Guardian formation was destroyed, and the strongest Dao soldier was also shattered. At this moment, these people hated an old drunkard to the core. When they stared at an old drunkard, the hatred in their eyes was more than 10,000 times stronger than when they stared at Lin Tian. The 7 Luminaries Empire's ancestor strode over. His expression was very indifferent. Your name. This person stared at an old drunkard with an indifferent expression. The Enlightenment realm ripples intertwined with each other. It was a little terrifying. These ripples caused the surrounding space to distort inch by inch. However, an old drunkard didn't react. This undoubtedly caused the eyes of the old ancestor of the 7 Luminaries Imperial clan to become even more indifferent. It was clearly a lot colder as he said, I originally believed that no nameless person would die under my hands. However, it doesn't matter. In the end, all that remains will be a pile of dirt. He reached out his right hand. Light mist shone and completely sealed the surrounding space. The Grand Elder of this lineage hurriedly said, Old Ancestor, don't kill that young bastard yet. He possesses the complete dragon burial scripture. It would be best if we could find him. Also, that God Diviner and that girl will be of great use. The 7 Luminaries Empire's old ancestor nodded and pressed down with his large hand. The light between his 5 fingers became even more intense, and his aura became even stronger. An old drunkard was struck by this palm, and in the blink of an eye, it pressed down on an old drunkard's body. Pooh! Bloody light flashed. It was a ghastly sight. An old drunkard stood where he was without moving. However, the hand of the 7 Luminaries Empire's ancestor shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Ancestor of my clan, such a scene shocked everyone to the point that their expressions changed drastically. Even the few supreme elders of this branch trembled violently. The old ancestor of the 7 Luminaries Empire staggered backward. His shattered arm instantly reassembled, and his indifferent and calm expression was no longer there. He stared at an old drunkard in disbelief. Then, in the next moment, this person's expression became even colder. With a boom, he unleashed his branch's most powerful, profound ability, the 7-star immortal grinding disc. For a moment, the sky was filled with immortal grinding discs. They were densely packed as if they were going to destroy the entire boundless void. Lin Tian's eyes focused. Back then, when he fought with the 3rd prince of this branch, he had faced this ability before. It was very terrifying. Now that it was unleashed by Enlightenment Realm Powerhouse, it was even more terrifying. The power of the two was like heaven and earth. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. It was very ear-piercing, and it shocked everyone. An old drunkard still did not move, but the immortal grinding discs pressing down on him shattered one by one. You're too arrogant. Do you think you can fight me just by standing still? The 7 Luminaries Empire's old ancestor snorted coldly. With a boom, the light intertwined and became even more terrifying. The densely packed 7-star immortal grinding discs suddenly merged and turned into 7 brilliant stars. Then, a brilliant killing sword appeared in each star, the ultimate of the 7-star divine codex, the 7-star sacred sword. The old ancestor of this branch said coldly, the 7 killing swords combined together. Each killing sword was terrifying, and it made the 7 Luminaries clan overjoyed. 7-star sacred sword? The ultimate profound ability. This seems to be something only the founding ancestor of the clan has mastered before. The old ancestor has actually comprehended this technique. That's great. Under the 7-star sacred sword, everything will be destroyed. The few supreme elders of this branch were pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian was slightly shocked. These 7 swords made his heart tremble. Die! A cold voice rang out. The old ancestor of the 7 Luminaries Empire spoke. The 7-star sacred swords pressed down together like peerless killing swords in the starry sky. However, when the 7 killing swords were 3 feet away from an old drunkard's head, they could not move an inch forward, no matter what. The old ancestor of the 7 Luminaries Empire was shocked. The ultimate profound ability of the seven-star sacred sword could not descend at this time. He stared at an old drunkard, and a chill ran down his spine. "You, crack!" A crisp sound rang out again. Cracks spread out on the seven-star sacred swords. Then, in the next moment, cracking sounds rang out continuously. The seven-star sacred swords were all shattered. This seven-star sacred sword. How is this possible? This can't be real. The expressions of the people of this branch changed, and the supreme elders were no exception. The seven-star sacred sword was a divine technique that only the founding ancestor of the Seven Luminaries Empire knew since the founding of the clan. After so many years, no one in the clan had ever comprehended it. Its power was endless. However, now the most powerful Wujin ancestor of their clan had mastered this ultimate, profound divine technique. After using it, it was useless. It did not hurt an old drunkard at all. It could not even get close to him. The most terrifying thing was that an old drunkard did not move at all during the entire process. It was as if he only relied on the aura outside his body to shatter everything. At this time, even Lin Tian was surprised. That attack just now was absolutely terrifying. An ordinary Wujin expert would definitely not be able to block it. However, an old drunkard actually shattered this attack without moving. This was too shocking. Impossible. What is going on? The old ancestor of the Seven Luminaries Empire roared. The seven-star sacred sword was shattered so easily, he was unwilling to believe it. Boom! Terrifying divine power surged, and Taoist precepts tumbled, completely covering this space. The vast and mighty force pressed down on an old drunkard. At this time, an old drunkard said, "That's about enough." With a swoosh, the divine light and Taoist precepts that the old ancestor of the Seven Luminaries Empire manifested were all shattered. His entire body was sent flying with a bang. While still in the air, he coughed up blood and crashed into a stone pillar not far away. "Old ancestor!" someone exclaimed. The supreme elders of this branch rushed over and helped their old ancestor up. Then they looked at an old drunkard opposite them. At this time, everyone's eyes also fell on an old drunkard. They were all trembling. Who are you?" At this moment, everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire was terrified. Lin Tian, this master who appeared out of nowhere, was actually so terrifying. 20 years ago, I crushed the great demon evil spirit in the dark abyss. More than 10 years ago, I killed the Enlightenment Stone God in the Soulless Land. 2 years ago, I killed the Nirvana Ghost Saint in the Death Sky Palace. A year ago, I killed the great Success Monarch Physique by the Rocheway. Now, I don't want to kill anymore, but your clan is too much. An old drunkard's expression was no longer lazy. His voice was calm, and his expression was calm. As soon as he said that, everyone in this place felt their scalps go numb. Killed the Nirvana Ghost Saint. Killed the great Success Monarch Physique. Everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire was horrified. Putting aside the great demon evil spirit and the Enlightenment Stone God, the Nirvana Ghost Saint was a legendary existence. He was far more powerful than ordinary Nirvana realm human cultivators, and the great Success Monarch Physique was even more terrifying. He was at least above the Nirvana realm. An old drunkard actually killed both of them? Moreover, from an old drunkard's tone, it seemed that killing the Nirvana Ghost Saint and the great Success Monarch Physique did not take much effort. Lin Tian was also horrified. 3 years ago, an old drunkard was only at the second level of Enlightenment realm. Previously, he had guessed that after the battle in the Demon Burial Valley, the 4 demon gods there must have died. An old drunkard would have his revenge, and the knot in his heart would be resolved. His cultivation would definitely explode like a geyser. However, he did not expect that it would explode so terrifyingly. 1 year after the battle in the Demon Burial Valley, he could actually kill the Nirvana Ghost Saint. After another year, he actually killed a great success monarch physique. That was a great success monarch physique. Which one of those existences did not dominate the world? Even if they were not invincible under the chaos realm, they were close. An old drunkard actually killed a great success monarch physique a year ago. Your master is a big freak. The black dragon trembled. Even the steady master clairvoyant and the quiet Yenya were shocked, and their faces turned pale with fright. It was also at this time that the Seven Luminaries Empire was instantly shrouded in fear. You, staring at an old drunkard, even the Enlightenment realm ancestors of this lineage trembled. Just what kind of person had his bloodline offended? Repaying kindness with evil. You sent the clan's experts to hunt him down time and time again. In the end, you even captured his friends to threaten him. It's still somewhat unbearable. The old drunkard's voice was calm. With a hum, a Tao diagram of the 4 divisions rushed out from behind him. It spun slowly and rapidly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire 7 Luminaries Empire. I've always let this one and only disciple of mine grow without teaching him much. However, his achievements still make me proud. You used the power of your entire clan to suppress him. You bullied him because he cultivated for a short time, because his current cultivation is low, and because he has no backup support. You're too despicable. Now, I won't kill you, but you still have to pay the price. The 4 symbols Tao diagram spun, and divine light fell, covering all the disciples of the 7 Luminaries Empire. This divine light only lasted for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the 4 symbols Tao diagram dimmed and disappeared. The 7 Luminaries Empire was still the same as before. It was not damaged at all. None of the disciples in the 7 Luminaries Empire had died. None of them were even injured. However, in the next moment, everyone in the 7 Luminaries Empire trembled. Cultivation! Cultivation! Where's my cultivation? Divine power! My divine power is gone. Where did my true origin go? I can't sense it. What's going on? Terrified voices rang out one after another. The ancestors of this lineage trembled and looked at an old drunkard with deep despair in their eyes. You crippled everyone in my clan. Chapter 670. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Miserable cries echoed in the 7 Luminaries dynasty. At this moment, everyone in this clan was terrified, from the Enlightenment realm ancestors to the body refinement realm cultivators. Everyone felt their power disappear, and their cultivation disappeared. The ancestor of this bloodline looked at an old drunkard and could not help but tremble. 3 breaths, just 3 breaths, and he turned from a first-level Enlightenment realm cultivator to an ordinary person. The divine power in his body dissipated, and his Tao comprehension was no longer there. His physical strength also disappeared, and he became an old man with 1 foot in the grave. No, my cultivation, my cultivation! You, return our cultivation to us. What did you do? Everyone was in despair. They were originally high and mighty cultivators, but at this moment they became the most ordinary mortals. They fell from heaven to hell in an instant. The oracle and Yenya were moved again, and their expressions changed. At this moment, the 7 Luminaries Empire that looked down on Shang Zhou actually had its entire clan's cultivation crippled. Yenya, glanced at Lin Tian, blinked, and whispered, as expected of the same bloodline. Lin Tian killed a great Tao cultivator and dozens of immortal connecting realm cultivators from the phaseless immortal sect, destroyed the Golden Fire Tao school, and destroyed the dragon-seeking clan. He had long been called a peerless, ruthless demon in Shin Continent. But now, Yenya felt that Lin Tian's master was even more ruthless. Although he did not kill anyone, this was more terrifying than killing someone. One must know that the Seven Luminaries dynasty had looked down on Shen continent for countless years. In this process, they had bullied countless cultivators. Now that a large clan had their cultivation crippled, if other cultivators knew about this, how tragic would their ending be? Thinking of this, could not help but shrink her neck, which was rather cute. Lin Tian snorted, naturally very satisfied with this ending. For the Seven Luminaries dynasty, this punishment could not be better. At the same time, he was once again shocked by an old drunkard's strength. In just 3 breaths, an old drunkard covered the entire Seven Luminaries dynasty with the 4 symbols Tao diagram and crippled everyone at the same time. This method was indeed terrifying. Say Senior, the Seven Luminaries Empire's old ancestor, trembled. At this moment, he suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to an old drunkard. We were wrong. I shouldn't have targeted your disciple. I beg you to let us go. Let us recover our cultivation. I beg you, as long as we can recover our cultivation, we will do anything for you in the future. Please, Senior. Senior, please show mercy. Show mercy. The people from the Seven Luminaries Empire all knelt and bowed to an old drunkard, falling from a powerful cultivator to an ordinary mortal. What kind of torture was this? It was more painful than purgatory. Furthermore, without their cultivation base, even if an old drunkard and Lin Tian did not kill them, how could their clan establish themselves in Xingzhou after this? Without cultivation, if the other cultivators of the Shang continent knew about it, their clan would end up in an incomparably miserable state. An old drunkard regained his lazy expression. It's easy to destroy, but hard to rebuild. Don't expect much. These words undoubtedly extinguished the hope of everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire. For a moment, they were all even more terrified. You, the Seven Luminaries Empire's old ancestor, pointed at an old drunkard with a trembling finger. Trembling nonstop. In this lineage, a few grand elders, the Seven Luminaries Imperial Lord, and some other important figures looked even more desperate. An old drunkard did not care about these people. He glanced at the Seven Luminaries Empire. A moment later, he tore open the void and grabbed a piece of resplendent lingjing. He compressed it with a special method and sealed it into a stone ring. He casually tossed it to Lin Tian. About 500,000 caddies. Lin Tianyi was delighted. 500,000 caddies of lingjing was not a small amount. It was almost enough for him to reach the 2nd tier of Ascension Immortal. As expected, the reserves of lingjing from the 3 empires cannot be compared to the dragon-seeking family. He thought to himself, when he destroyed the dragon-seeking Jiang family, he found more than 500,000 caddies of lingjing in the other party's lingjing treasury. Although most of it could not be used, the reserves were there. Compared to the dragon-seeking Jiang family, the Seven Luminaries Empire was far more powerful. However, just in terms of lingjing reserves, it was just as he had speculated. It could not be compared to the Jiang family. The Jiang family's lingjing reserves are equivalent to not getting it, but the Seven Luminaries Empire's lingjing is finally in my hands. He smiled to himself. He was pleasantly surprised at this moment. However, everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire was trembling, especially the important figures of this lineage. Their eyes were all red. Their family's spirit crystal was something that they were usually unwilling to use. But now it had been taken away by the old drunkard in such a brazen manner, and then casually tossed to Lin Tian. This caused them to tremble uncontrollably. An old drunkard glanced at these people and said lazily, "Your origins have been completely sealed. It is impossible for you to walk the path of cultivation again. These lingjing are useless to you." As he spoke, he did not care about these people's more desperate expressions. He tore open the void again and took out a pile of artifacts. He threw them all to Lin Tian. "Now that you have reached the Ascension Immortal Realm, you can put artifacts and whatnot into your spiritual sea. Of course, you can continue to put them in the stone ring. When a cultivator reached the Ascension Immortal Realm, their vital essence would turn into divine power, and their spiritual sea would become more vast and mysterious. They could naturally store divine artifacts and artifacts. Lin Tian glanced at the artifacts an old drunkard took out. Among them, there were more than 10 upper-grade immortal artifacts, dozens of ordinary immortal artifacts, and countless supreme treasures. He quickly sorted out these artifacts, and then looked at an old drunkard. He said with some resentment, "That upper-grade cauldron was destroyed by you. It was an upper-grade cauldron. How good would it be if it was given to him?" An old drunkard, without saying anything, an old drunkard took action again. He took out all the spiritual pills and precious medicines that the 7 Luminaries' empire had accumulated until now, as well as the 7 Luminaries' empire's inheritance. He sealed them all in the stone ring and threw them to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was naturally happy as he kept it. Such a harvest could be said to be extremely generous. "Is there anything else good?" he asked an old drunkard. "No," an old drunkard said. Lin Tian acknowledged, but quickly shook his head and said firmly, "No, there is more." An old drunkard was puzzled. Lin Tian pointed to the ground. "There must be an immortal meridian down there. Grab it. Master, Clairvoyant, and Yen Ya, This was really leaving no trace. He even wanted to take away the immortal meridian underground. Lin Tian. The people of the 7 Luminaries' empire roared. All of their cultivations had been crippled, and they'd witnessed the old drunkard plunder all the treasures they'd accumulated up until now. Now, Lin Tian actually intended to make the old drunkard dig up the immortal vein beneath the ground as well. An old drunkard had a look of realization. "That makes sense. I was careless." An old drunkard raised his hand and shattered the ground. He grabbed 20 light dragons and compressed them into 20 fist-sized light beads. Forget about the ordinary spirit meridian. These are 20 immortal meridian. You can use them for cultivation or for other things. In short, it's up to you. Master Clairvoyant and Yen Ya are, as expected, of the same lineage. Yen Ya whispered. He really took out the immortal meridian underground of the 7 Luminaries' empire. This was really leaving no trace. Lin Tian took the 20 light beads and put them away. He really wanted to laugh out loud. With 250,000 kilograms of Lingjing and the light beads condensed from the 20 immortal meridian, it was enough for him to reach the second firmament of the connecting immortal realm. At this moment, the 7 Luminaries' empire's elites were all trembling. Their eyes were red. Shock, anger, fear. All kinds of emotions were intertwined in their eyes and faces. The patriarch of this lineage even coughed up blood and fainted. The Grand Elders and the 7 Luminaries' emperor trembled again. They all called out to the patriarch, "Let's go." An old drunkard spoke and walked out. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Master Clairvoyant and Yen Ya. "Senior, Miss Ya, let's go out." After saying that, he glanced at the 7 Luminaries' empire's people indifferently. Then he followed an old drunkard and walked out. Master Clairvoyant and Yen Ya did not look at the 7 Luminaries' empire's people. They followed Lin Tian and an old drunkard and slowly left. I'll fight it out with you. Die." The leading Grand Elder of this lineage roared. The other Grand Elders also roared and charged madly at Lin Tian and the rest. However, an old drunkard's body flickered with light. It seemed to interfere with the void. At this moment, it was as if he brought Lin Tian and the rest to another parallel space. The Grand Elders of the 7 Luminaries' empire could not get close no matter how hard they tried. In the end, as mortals, they could no longer give chase. They all fell to the ground and could not get up. About 15 minutes later, Lin Tian and the rest followed an old drunkard and appeared outside the 7 Luminaries' empire's immortal mountain. The group walked into the distance. Soon, They had completely left the 7 luminaries' empire's territory and appeared at a fork in the road. "Thank you for your help." Master Clairvoyant thanked an old drunkard and prepared to bid farewell. After all, he and Yanya could not follow Lin Tian and an old drunkard forever. "Senior, miss ya, take care. I've implicated you this time." Lin Tian apologized again. Master Clairvoyant shook his head. "You're too polite, young friend. It's not your fault." Yenya smiled at Lin Tian and shook her head, indicating that it was nothing. "Hey, fellow cultivator." An old drunkard suddenly spoke again. He looked at Master Clairvoyant and said, "About my previous suggestion, do you want to consider it?" Master Clairvoyant smiled and nodded. "I will." Then he cupped his hands and bade farewell to an old drunkard again. Yenya was a little embarrassed. She also bowed to an old drunkard. "Senior, I'll take my leave." Don't call me senior. I'll wait to hear you call me master." An old drunkard repeated what he said in the 7 luminaries' empire. He waved his right hand and directly took out 50,000 kilograms of Ling Jing from Lin Tian's stone ring. After putting it into another stone ring, he handed it to Yenya, without any explanation. "My disciple is too slow. As your master, I'll give you this small gift on his behalf." Yenya was shocked. "This, I can't accept it." Master Clairvoyant also declined. 50,000 kilograms of Ling Jing was probably the equivalent of the 6 major immortal sects combined. How is this a small gift? "It's fine," an old drunkard insisted. In the end, Yenya had no choice but to accept it. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Another hour passed. Master Clairvoyant repeatedly thanked Lin Tian on behalf of Yenya. Only then did he leave with Yenya. Soon the two were completely gone and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Only then did Lin Tian pull an old drunkard over and said with a dark face, "Old man, what are you doing?" When he saw Yenya, an old drunkard asked Master Clairvoyant if he was willing to marry Yenya, to him. Now that they had left the 7 luminaries' empire, he brought up the old matter again. It really made him a little speechless. An old drunkard pursed his lips. "Kid, you're not cute. I'm doing all this for you." With that, an old drunkard hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and looked in the direction Master Clairvoyant and Yenya left. "Listen carefully. That girl has a celestial spirit body. If you can marry her, the benefits you'll receive will be unimaginable. You can even bring good fortune to your future generations. P.S. On the first day of the month, please guarantee monthly votes, dear. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 671. Lin Tian was shocked. Yenya had an immortal spirit body. He had heard from Bai Qiu that the immortal spirit body was naturally close to the Great Path and could be said to be the carrier of the Great Path. In terms of the comprehension and control of the Great Path, it had an advantage over any other king body. Please search Tastebook Yen Network to see the most complete. Moreover, once the immortal spirit body was completed, it would be even more terrifying. The body and the Great Path would be merged, and one would be almost invincible. No wonder she always gives people a peaceful feeling. So she has an immortal spirit body. He muttered to himself, "How about it, kid? Do you have an idea?" An old drunkard chuckled and said, "If you and her become husband and wife, after that, your life source will become stronger. Your divine power will be purer, and your perception of the Great Path will be sharper. If you and her have a child, needless to say, the child will be a super monster and will be able to leave his peers far behind. Since the Desolate Era, it has been recognized in the cultivation world that a woman with an immortal spirit body is the perfect candidate for the Great Path." Lin Tian was shocked again. So powerful. An old drunkard chuckled. "Are you tempted?" Lin Tian was speechless. "Your smile is too wretched." After a pause, He continued to squint at an old drunkard. Also, I'm just a little surprised. As tempted as you said, I'm not tempted at all. I already have a girl I like. This time, it was an old drunkard's turn to squint at him. Is there only one girl you like now? Lin Tian, awkward, speechless. On the path of cultivation, it's not a big deal to have a few more beauties. It's normal. An old drunkard continued. Let's not talk about this. I'll continue. Listen carefully. That clairvoyant is the successor of Tianjizi. This lineage's ancient scriptures are not suitable for battle, but they can really deduce the secrets of the heavens. They can know things that are difficult for others to know and can influence many things. For example, when you were being hunted down by the 7 luminaries' empire before, if the oracle had really divined your location for the 7 luminaries' empire, you wouldn't have been able to escape no matter what. They would have known everything about you, like an eye placed on you. However, there is always a price to pay for deducing things one doesn't know. At most, as one's technique and cultivation become stronger, the price they pay will become smaller and smaller. However, no matter how small the price they pay is, even if it's so small that it's negligible, there will always be a price to pay. Therefore, people of this lineage often don't have a good ending. They pry into too many things and are at odds with the Tao. An old drunkard said, that girl is the disciple of the clairvoyant and also the successor of the Tianjizi lineage. In the future, she will also control and cultivate the Tao of Tianjizi, but an old drunkard narrowed his eyes and said, she's different from the other people of the Tianjizi lineage. The immortal spirit body is naturally close to the Tao and can be called a carrier of the Tao. She's the darling of the Tao. If she controls the Tao of Tianjizi, she won't have to pay any price. Once her imperial body is close to completion, she won't have any problems divining the ancient celestial lords. She won't have any problems divining the ancient celestial lords without using her imperial body? She won't have to pay any price? Lin Tianyi was shocked. No, her qi and blood won't be consumed. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian was shocked. He was really shocked. He thought that the clairvoyance Tao of divination should be very strong, but when he divined some things, it would consume his qi and blood. As for divining the ancient celestial lords, he had asked the clairvoyant, but the clairvoyant said that he couldn't do it. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare to do it. The price would be death, and it might even bring disaster to future generations. Because people who reached the level of the ancient celestial lords were imprinted in the 3,000 Great Tao. If one tried to forcibly deduce things related to such people, even if it was just a small deduction, it would cause dissatisfaction with the Great Tao and bring disaster to the world. But now, an old drunkard said that as long as Yenya was close to the completion of her imperial body, she would be able to deduce the ancient celestial lords without consuming her qi and blood. How sharp was that? How terrifying was that? If that was the case, wouldn't Yenya be able to deduce everything it will in the future? Wasn't the Tao of Tianjizi created for the immortal spirit body? Are you surprised? That's why I said that if you were to marry her, the benefits would be unimaginable. Not only would her physique benefit you greatly and bring good fortune to your descendants, but her Tao of Tianjizi can also help you cultivate better, an old drunkard said. As the carrier of the Tao, the true darling of the great Tao, it's not just for show. To put it simply, the great Tao can be compared to the mistress of a courtyard. When other people deduce things, it's the same as entering the courtyard to steal. The more complicated and mysterious the things they deduce, the more precious the things they steal. Naturally, the greater the anger of the great Tao will be. As for the immortal spirit body, as the darling of the great Tao, it's the same as being the daughter of the mistress of the courtyard. When the immortal spirit body deduces things, it's the same as taking something from her own home. It's the same as doing something bad. Thus, although the mistress of the courtyard will be angry, how could she be severely punished? After all, a mother won't kill her own daughter. An old drunkard said, Is my analogy vivid enough? It's easy to understand, right? Lin Tian nodded. When an old drunkard put it this way, it was indeed easy for people to understand. Speaking of which, that clairvoyant master has found a good successor. He can let the heavenly mystery and divine divination return to its former glory. An old drunkard smiled and said to Lin Tiandao, "Oh, right, the founder of the heavenly mystery and divine divination master is the immortal spirit body." What? Lin Tianyi was shocked. The heavenly mystery and divine divination master was created by the immortal spirit body. He was shocked, but he calmed down after a while. The heavenly mystery and divine divination master created by the immortal spirit body was very appropriate and easy. How is it, kid? Your master has said so much. Are you tempted now? There are many benefits. An old drunkard hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said, "Don't say you're not tempted. Don't deny it. Work hard and marry that girl." Lin Tian, he couldn't be bothered to argue with this old guy about this. Okay. I'll listen to you," he said perfunctorily. An old drunkard nodded and said with a smile, "Good boy." Lin Tian's forehead was full of black lines. After a pause, he thought of something and asked, "Old man, have you really killed someone with a great accomplishment king physique?" Nirvana Ghost Saint was terrifying and far beyond human cultivators of the same level. But in the end, it was only in the category of terrifying. However, the great accomplishment king physique was truly a terrifying existence. Each and every one of them could sweep through the 8 desolations. The old drunkard claimed that he killed a great accomplishment king physique a year ago. This was simply too outrageous. Even now, he still felt a chill run down his back when he thought about it. An old drunkard nodded. "Yes, I have." Lin Tian knew that an old drunkard wouldn't joke about this kind of thing, but at this moment, he still felt very shocked when he heard it again. A great accomplishment king physique. He blinked and asked, "Why did you fight?" As a disciple, how could he not be curious when his master was fighting with someone with a great accomplishment king physique? An old drunkard's eyes flashed with a faint light. Then he smiled and moved his hand away from Lin Tian's neck. He stretched out his right hand, and a soft ball of light appeared. A woman was lying in the middle of it. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were tightly closed. Her body was very faint, and it was obvious that she was just a soul shadow and didn't have a physical body. This is... Lin Tianwei was puzzled. An old drunkard was no longer lazy, and the light in his eyes was very gentle. I found her remnant soul." Lin Tianyi trembled. "Xiana?" He remembered what the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect had told him. His daughter was called Qing Xian, and she was supposed to be an old drunkard's wife. She had died in the Demon Burial Valley during the trial of the 4 gates. Now, after more than 100 years, an old drunkard had found Qing Xian's remnant soul. "Congratulations, master." He was overjoyed. An old drunkard had been dispirited for more than 100 years because of his lover's death, and he had been drinking to drown his sorrows. Now, not only had he gotten his revenge, he had even found his lover's remnant soul. How could he not be happy for an old drunkard? An old drunkard was his master and the person he respected the most in his life. This woman, although it was the first time he had seen her, was an old drunkard's lover's wife. Now it seemed that this woman could be saved. How could he not be happy? An old drunkard smiled, and the light in his palm slowly entered his body. He carefully kept it. "I found her remnant soul in the death palace of the extreme Yin temple. At that time, because her remnant soul was too weak, I needed the weak water essence to nourish it. So I went to the weak water river. After I got the weak water essence, someone wanted to snatch it away, so I killed him." Lin Tian nodded. He didn't need to think to know that the person who wanted to snatch an old drunkard's weak water essence should be that person with the great completion king physique. So that was the reason for that battle. He deserved to be killed. He said, The weak water essence was a treasure that an old drunkard found to nourish his lover's remnant soul. This thing, there was actually someone who dared to snatch it. An old drunkard slapped Lin Tiany's palm and returned to his usual appearance. Boy, I have to do other things soon. Do you have any doubts about cultivation or other doubts? If I know, I will tell you. Do other things? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. An old drunkard nodded. In order for Qin Xian to really come back, I have to find other things. I'll go with you. Lin Tian's expression was serious. I also want to do my part for Master's wife. An old drunkard was taken aback and then laughed. He slapped Lin Tianyi again. I suddenly feel that you have become cute. Saying this, an old drunkard shook his head. However, there is no need. Those places are not where you can go now. It's too dangerous. Lin Tian opened his mouth. Thinking about it, with his current cultivation, there were some terrifying places that he could not go. Moreover, an old drunkard could probably do it with just a lift of his finger. An old drunkard, if he really went with an old drunkard, not only would he not be able to help, but he might even drag an old drunkard down. Don't think too much. An old drunkard smiled. Come, what doubts do you have? Chapter 672. Lin Tian knew that with an old drunkard's strength, he must have been to a higher heaven. He will go to the fourth heaven in the future. Now he wants to know more about the upper heavens, so that he won't be at a loss when he goes there. An old drunkard smiled and said, What do you mean by you want to know about the upper heavens? The distribution of forces and the highest combat power. Lin Tian nodded. Old drunkard nodded and said, Since you are going to the fourth heaven soon, let's talk about it. There are many major races in this heaven, including the ant race, the bone race, the barbarian race, the sound race, the insect race, the witch race, the wind race, the sea race, the snow race, the giant race, the holy light race, the dark shadow race, the blood wolf race, the stone god race, the angel race, etc. Among the major races, the angel race and the holy light race are the proudest. The ant race and the insect race are the cruelest. The sea race and the dark shadow race are the most hated. The bone race and the witch race are the most insidious. The giant race and the stone god race are the most belligerent. The barbarian race and the wind race are the most heroic, and the sound race and the snow race are the most gentle. By the way, these two races have many beautiful women. Lin Tian, you don't have to add the last sentence, he said. An old drunkard laughed. Next, let's talk about the strength of the major races. Among them, the angel race, the stone god race, and the white saint race are the strongest. They are the three most powerful races in the fourth heaven, and their heritage is very deep. After saying that, an old drunkard continued. Among these three races, the angel race has wings on their back and is very proud. The stone god race is born with a strong physique, and most of them are very domineering. The holy light race is a human race, and they have inherited the holy light technique, which is said to be able to purify everything. These three major races are the first level of power in the fourth heaven. The second level of power is the bone race, the witch race, the wind race, the sea race, and the giant race. The third level includes the ant clan, the insect clan, the sound clan, the dark shadow clan, the blood wolf clan, the barbarian clan, the snow clan, and many other major cultivation clans. The 100 races compete for supremacy, and each race usually has a branch clan that occupies the four corners of the world. When the time comes, you will know when you go. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian was a little lost in thought as he listened. Hundreds of races competing against each other. It seems that the fourth heaven is simply a prosperous world for cultivation. What about the higher realms? He asked. An old drunkard smiled and said, I won't talk about the heavens above the fourth heaven for the time being. It's useless to talk about it. It will only affect your cultivation in the fourth heaven. Lin Tian, all right, he said. Then let's talk about the strongest forces of the various heavens. This won't affect anything. Highest combat power? An old drunkard asked. What is your so-called highest combat power? In other words, What is the level of the strongest person in each heaven? He said, Silly disciple, your question is meaningless. I can't answer it. An old drunkard raised his hand and directly slapped Lin Tianyi, saying with a smile, Are you thinking now that the strongest person in the 4 great sects of the first heaven is at the airborne realm? In the second heaven, the strongest people in the several holy lands are at the great Tao realm. In the third heaven, the strongest people in the top few dynasties are the first layer of Wuzhen realm. So, are you thinking that the strongest person in the fourth heaven is at the peak of Wuzhen realm, even to the extent that he has already attained the rebirth stage? Lin Tian, he did think so, but he felt that it was strange, so he asked this question. An old drunkard said, What you think is the strongest is just the strength on the surface. You forgot that in the first heaven, there was me, the 4 sealed monster gods, and even an emperor. In addition, in the second heaven, the strongest isn't just at the great Tao realm. Besides, in the third heaven, an old drunkard's eyes flashed with a faint light as he casually glanced in a certain direction. In this world, the strongest person is far beyond the Wuzhen realm. This, Lin Tianyi was shocked. Listening to an old drunkard's words, he suddenly realized that his question was really stupid. When he was in the first heaven, he saw the power of an old drunkard and the 4 ancient monster gods. At the same time, when he was in the dark forest, he also saw the power of the purple elves. It was very terrifying. In the second heaven, the nether demon dragon was also a variable. In addition, in the third heaven, the owner of the pair of eyes in the immortal demon ancient vein is definitely at the chaos realm. An old drunkard smiled and said, I can only tell you that the higher you go, the more powerhouses there will be, the more geniuses there will be, and the more opportunities there will be. Of course, the challenges you will face will be more difficult, the competition you will face will be more intense, and the battles you will face will be more brutal. Naturally, under such circumstances, you will experience challenges and battles again and again. You will walk faster and farther on the path of cultivation. Lin Tian nodded and said, I understand. Well, the child is worth teaching. Good boy. An old drunkard rubbed Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian's forehead was filled with black lines. An old drunkard laughed. I can't tell you the so-called strongest cultivator in each heaven. Even for some superpowers on the surface, it's hard to say. There are many variables. However, there is one thing that is fixed, and that is the minimum level of cultivation required to go to the higher heavens. I can tell you this in advance. Let's not mention the 3 heavens that you have already passed. From the third heaven to the fourth heaven, you need to be at least at the early stage of a mortal connecting realm. From the fourth heaven to the fifth heaven, you need to be at least at the half-step Great Tao realm. From the fifth heaven to the sixth heaven, you need to be at least at the half-step Enlightenment realm. From the seventh heaven to the eighth heaven, you need to be at least at the Enlightenment realm. From the eighth heaven to the ninth heaven, you need to be at least at the half-step Nirvana realm. To put it simply, when you reach the half-step Nirvana realm, you can go anywhere in the 9 heavens. An old drunkard said, A half-step Nirvana realm can go anywhere in the 9 heavens? Lin Tian was surprised. Yes. An old drunkard nodded. Lin Tian was a little surprised. In the past, he thought that one had to be at least at the Nirvana realm or even the Chaos realm to enter the 9 heavens. He did not expect that a half-step Nirvana realm was enough. As for the half-step Grand Tao, half-step Enlightenment, and half-step Rebirth that the old drunkard spoke of, Qinshi naturally understood what they were. The half-step Grand Tao meant that one was only half a step away from stepping into the Grand Tao realm. Moreover, one already possessed some of the abilities of a Grand Tao realm expert. For example, a half-step Great Tao expert would already have a weak fluctuation of Tao laws. This was something that a 9th-level Immortal Connecting Realm expert did not have. In terms of battle strength, it was naturally different. A half-step Great Tao expert could kill a 9th-level Immortal Connecting Realm expert with a raise of his hand. Moreover, he had fought with ninth-level immortal connecting realm experts and half-step great Tao experts before, so he knew very well. After digesting a little, he paused and asked, I know that since ancient times, no one has reached the 10th heaven. May I ask, is there a space-time portal that leads to the 10th heaven above the 9th heaven? No. An old drunkard shook his head and said, From the primeval times until now, ancient legends say that if one wants to enter the 10th heaven, one can only break the barrier of the 10th heaven with absolute strength and forcefully tear open a space-time portal. Lin Tian nodded and then shook his head. Forcefully breaking the barrier of the 10th heaven and tearing open a space-time portal. How difficult was such a thing? As he thought about it, his eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. No matter how difficult it was, he must break the barrier of the 10th heaven. In this life, he would not waste his time. In this life, he would stand at the peak and attain immortality. An old drunkard obviously saw the change in his expression and scolded jokingly, Kid, look at your eyes. It's as if you're saying, Wait for me in the 10th heaven, I'm coming. Lin Tian, this old guy, how can you make fun of me like this? An old drunkard laughed again. After a while, he calmed down and asked, Do you have any other questions? Lin Tian thought about it and shook his head. There was nothing else to ask. An old drunkard smiled, stood up, and casually glanced at the Shun continent. In this Shin continent, there seems to be a big force that's targeting you. As he said, an old drunkard waved his hand, and a divine talisman condensed from divine power appeared. He casually threw it to Lin Tian. There's some power that I left in it. I'll lend it to you. It can last for about 2 hours. Lin Tian took the divine talisman and scanned it with his divine sense. He was shocked. In this palm-sized divine talisman, he felt a vast power like the ocean, which made his heart tremble. Don't look at it. It's enough for you to kill anyone under the Wuzhen realm. But don't forget, it can only last for 2 hours. An old drunkard said. Understood. Lin Tian nodded and carefully put away the divine talisman. An old drunkard smiled, hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck, and looked at the scorching sun in the distance. After a dozen breaths, he spoke again. Good disciple, I don't know when we'll meet again. In this 9 heavens domain, go on an expedition and fight for a piece of glory that belongs to you. Lin Tian nodded and also looked into the distance. The next time we meet, I hope to see a bright and healthy mistress. We will. An old drunkard smiled. The next moment, Lin Tian felt that the strength of the arm pressing on his neck was gone. An old drunkard disappeared silently. He stood there quietly for a long time, then turned and left, quickly disappearing into the horizon. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tian stood on the peak of a purple mountain and used a special method to transmit his voice. The entire 7 luminaries empire has lost all their cultivation. Friends who have been bullied by this lineage in the Shun continent, now is the time for revenge. He used a divine technique to transmit his voice. It was loud and distant, and in the blink of an eye, it spread far and wide, and was heard by every cultivator. For a moment, the entire Shun continent was shocked. The entire 7 luminaries empire, which had overlooked the Shun continent for countless years, lost all their cultivation. How is it possible? Who shouted that? Is it a rumor? Many people questioned. Chapter 673. The entire Shin continent was shocked. Everyone was stunned. The huge 7 luminaries empire had looked down on Shun continent for so many years, but now everyone's cultivation base had disappeared. How was this possible? This was a joke. This voice, it sounds like that Lin Tian. Very similar. Isn't the 7 luminaries empire hunting him down? He's not trying to cause trouble, is he? Someone was surprised. It's possible. 7 luminaries empire. Everyone's cultivation base disappeared. This is too ridiculous. It's simply nonsense. That's right. But that Lin Tian, it seems like that Lin Tian was the one who said it. I feel like it's possible. Should we go and take a look? Most people did not believe it, but there were still many who were skeptical. Let's go and take a look. Someone gritted his teeth. On this day, many cultivators approached the 7 luminaries' empire cautiously. There were powerful immortal ascension cultivators among them. These people appeared to be very cautious. Soon, they arrived at the 7 luminaries' empire's location. They spread out their divine consciousness and scanned the 7 luminaries' empire's territory. Very soon, many people trembled and revealed shocked expressions. Wherever the divine was swept across, there seemed to be no divine power ripples in the 7 luminaries' empire's territory. Not even vital essence ripples could be detected. Moreover, at this time, when some immortal-reaching realm cultivators looked inside, they actually saw that many people of this lineage had panicked expressions. They were actually running out of the clan from afar in the opposite direction. Could it be true? The cultivators who came to this place were all shocked when they saw the scene. Their hearts all skipped a beat. These people were shocked and quickly approached the front of the 7 luminaries' empire's territory. They were still more than 100 feet away from the main gate, but they did not dare to get too close. After all, this was the 7 luminaries' empire. Although they could not sense any divine power or vital essence fluctuation in this territory, many people were still very wary. After about 10 breaths, some people who had a great grudge against the 7 luminaries' empire gritted their teeth and finally could not help but rush over. They unleashed their killing lights from afar. "How dare you!" someone shouted sternly from within the 7 luminaries' empire. However, killing light flew past in the blink of an eye. With a "pu" sound, this person's head was removed easily. Moreover, when the beam of killing light flew past, the other 7 luminaries' clan members in the vicinity also suffered a great calamity. They all died tragically under the beam of killing light. This, unable to resist. He really has no cultivation. It's true. Everyone was moved. At this time, these people finally believed that the people of the 7 luminaries' empire had really lost all their cultivation. Immediately, someone laughed out loud. "To think that you would have such a day. Back then, you bullied my sect and caused the death of my junior brother. Now, don't think that you'll have a good life. I'll kill you all. In the past, my companions and I found a treasure in a land of treasures, but it was forcefully snatched away by your 7 luminaries' empire. My companions were all killed by you, and I was the only one who luckily escaped. I hate it, you bastards." Someone growled. For a moment, cold light and sword light flashed. Many people moved and rushed into the 7 luminaries' empire. "You know. Stop. You dare to do this." "Ansu. Ah." Screams sounded in an instant. Only 3 days had passed since the old drunkard had crippled the 7 luminaries' empire. It was naturally impossible for the people of the 7 luminaries' empire to leave the clan. Almost everyone stayed in the clan, thinking about what they should do next. Now, such a large group of cultivators forced their way in and attacked mercilessly. These people all met with death. One must know that they were equivalent to mortals now. Go, charge in. Outside the 7 luminaries' empire, many people from Shun continent had arrived. At this time, everyone rushed into the 7 luminaries' empire. Among these people, some had grudges with the 7 luminaries' empire, while some had no grudges with the 7 luminaries' empire. However, this did not stop these people from taking the opportunity to rob the 7 luminaries' empire. As the saying went, everyone kicks a man when he is down. Uft, uft, uft. Bloody light exploded in the 7 luminaries' empire. Some people who had grudges with the 7 luminaries' empire were merciless. "Ha! To think that you would have such a day. A bunch of F** king trash. Aren't you all high and mighty normally? What happened now? Come on, stand up and show off your strength." Someone sneered. At the same time, many people rushed into the Seven Luminaries Empire to snatch various resources. Although the treasures of the Seven Luminaries Empire were taken away by an old drunkard and given to Lin Tian, the remaining small items were still very attractive to many ordinary cultivators. When these cultivators rushed in, they really did not leave any traces behind. Even the jade stones inlaid in the halls of the Seven Luminaries Empire were taken away. The people of the Seven Luminaries Empire screamed and roared. In the end, there were only 2 words left in their hearts. Lin Tian. Someone roared with resentment. All of this was because of Lin Tian. All of this was because of Lin Tian. You still dare to roar. Kill them. Kill. Many people who had grudges with the Seven Luminaries Empire had cold expressions. They were merciless and even cruel. The bloody light continued to explode in the Seven Luminaries clan for a few hours. After a few hours, the Seven Luminaries clan was filled with blood and corpses were scattered everywhere. Some of the palaces had collapsed. It was a miserable sight. Then, the news once again swept the world like a wave. The Seven Luminaries Empire was destroyed. Everyone's cultivation had really disappeared. They were all killed. In the Shun continent, everyone in the cultivation world was shocked. One of the 3 great empires, the Seven Luminaries Empire that had overlooked this territory for countless years, was actually destroyed in a day. A large group of cultivators worked together to destroy an empire. No, it has nothing to do with these cultivators. All of this is related to that Lin Tian. It was that Lin Tian who said that everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire had lost their cultivation. And everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire had indeed lost their cultivation. This matter definitely has something to do with that Lin Tian. The Seven Luminaries Empire was not destroyed in the hands of those cultivators who killed the Seven Luminaries Empire, but in the hands of that Lin Tian. This, it seems to be the case. Then that Lin Tian, what did he do before this? Many people were shocked. Just a moment ago, the Seven Luminaries Empire was still chasing Lin Tian all over the world. But then Lin Tian stood out and said that everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire had lost their cultivation. He led a large group of cultivators to go there and then killed everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire. All of this was Lin Tian's people. It was Lin Tian who had destroyed the huge Seven Luminaries Empire. Thinking of all these, many cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying man! Many people shuddered. On this day, the entire Shin continent was shaken, including the Purple Clouds Empire and the Great Zhou Empire. Even the grandmasters of these 2 clans were alarmed and could not sit still. One must know that the Seven Luminaries Empire was a great lineage like them. All clansmen, remember, do not provoke this person in the future. The Grandmaster of the Great Zhou Empire walked out and personally ordered the entire royal family. Almost at the same time, the Grandmaster of the Purple Clouds Empire came out of his retreat. When he learned that the Xia siblings were on good terms with Lin Tian, a faint smile appeared on his face. Good, we must maintain a friendly relationship with this young man. 12 Taoist sects inside the Ascension sect, after hearing the news that spread outside. The disciples, deacons, ordinary elders, and the 12 reclusive elders of the Ascension sect were all stunned. Even Lu Wuwei, who was as strong as a great Dao realm cultivator, was also stunned after hearing this news. He could not calm down for a long time. Because of Lin Tian, the huge Seven Luminaries Empire was actually destroyed. This brat, Ling Yan's eyes widened and he was almost petrified. Shui, Yi woke up from her cultivation and naturally heard the news from the outside world. Her beautiful eyes shone. She was shocked and worried, but then she immersed herself in her cultivation again. The young girl only thought that Lin Tian was fighting alone now. She only thought that after cultivating diligently, she could become stronger. After becoming stronger, she could go out and help Lin Tian. In another place, the Phaseless Immortal sect. In this sect, many important figures were shocked. Naturally, they heard the news from the outside world. Many of their expressions changed again and again. These people were unwilling to believe that it was the Seven Luminaries' empire. The Seven Luminaries' empire was destroyed because of Lin Tian? How could this be? However, no matter how unwilling these people were to believe it, in reality, it was indeed Lin Tian who spread the news that the cultivation of everyone in the Seven Luminaries' empire had disappeared. The news was also true. This indicated that the disappearance of the cultivation of everyone in the Seven Luminaries' empire was indeed related to Lin Tian. It was indeed equivalent to Lin Tian destroying the powerful Seven Luminaries' empire. Damn it, this bastard can't be left alive. No matter what happened to the Seven Luminaries' empire, only one thing can be certain. This bastard's cultivation is not high. If this matter is really related to him, then he must have used some scheme. With his own strength, he definitely can't threaten the Seven Luminaries' empire. In a head-on confrontation, he's just a weak ant. Let's be careful and find him quickly. We must kill him as soon as possible. The few grand elders who left the sect to hunt down Lin Tian gathered together after hearing the news and gritted their teeth. On this day in the huge Shin continent, all the forces, big and small, were shocked. It could be said that the moment Lin Tian was mentioned, their expressions would change. Then, also on this day, a voice sounded again in Shin continent. Phaseless immortal sect. I, Lin Tian, will visit your sect later. The voice seemed very calm, and in the blink of an eye, it once again crossed the Shang continent's territory. That Lin Tian, he's going to the phaseless immortal sect? Are you kidding? Many of the cultivators were shocked again. As soon as this voice came out, the wind and waves were pushed up again in an instant. The territory of Shin continent was once again shaken and stirred up. Chapter 674. A genius will remember for a second, providing you with an exciting novel to read. All the cultivators in the Shang continent trembled. After hearing such a voice, many people's hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. Literature building, the Seven Luminaries' empire was just destroyed because of him, and now he wants to go to the phaseless immortal sect. You want to barge into the phaseless immortal sect alone. You want to destroy two great powers on the same day. But his cultivation is only, many people were shocked. Lin Tian's voice came out, saying that he wanted to go to the phaseless immortal sect as a guest. However, no one was stupid enough to think that Lin Tian was really going to the phaseless immortal sect as a guest. This so-called guest was nothing more than going to the phaseless immortal sect to settle things. Let's go take a look. A cultivator said. On this day, groups of cultivators stood up and rushed towards the phaseless immortal sect. How could a small cultivator not be shocked when he publicly said that he wanted to go to one of the 6 great immortal sects, the phaseless immortal sect? The most important thing was that this matter happened after the Seven Luminaries' empire was destroyed. Everyone knew that the destruction of the Seven Luminaries' empire was related to Lin Tian, but these people did not know the details. Now that Lin Tian had shouted out that he wanted to go to the phaseless immortal sect, he would be able to personally witness the battle between Lin Tian and the entire phaseless immortal sect. So many people naturally wanted to go and take a look. Ignoring this point, even if it was just to watch the show, Lin Tian's battle with the entire phaseless immortal sect was enough to attract many people. At the same time, the few supreme elders of the phaseless immortal sect who were outside also heard the voice and were all enraged. Lin Tian, this was not putting his phaseless immortal sect in his eyes at all. Return to the sect. Make all the preparations you can. This little bastard, since he dares to come this time, I will definitely let him die without a burial ground. Let's go. A few Dao realm experts soared into the air and rushed towards the phaseless immortal sect. Not long after, these people approached the phaseless immortal sect. They saw that the outside of the phaseless immortal sect was already filled with people. Immediately, their faces turned ashen. However, they did not say anything. They only snorted and stepped into the phaseless immortal sect. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. There were too many cultivators around the phaseless immortal sect, at least 1,000 of them. It was not easy to deal with them. Most importantly, they had placed all their attention on Lin Tian and were preparing to kill Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian made them feel great pressure. The few great elders that left the phaseless immortal sect have all returned, and all of them are great Tao realm experts. If that Lin Tian were to barge in the end, what can he do? This is true. No matter what, that Lin Tian definitely has some backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a sound. That makes sense, but anyway, let's wait and see. Speaking of which, will that Lin Tian really come? I think so. Many people were discussing in low voices. The sun had begun to set, and the world was gradually shrouded in darkness. Lin Tian walked into the small forest with a calm expression. He did not immediately head to the phaseless immortal sect. His steps were very gentle, as if he was a leisurely tourist. Previously, when he shouted that he was going to the phaseless immortal sect, he did not want to cause any commotion. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to use this voice to lure the great Tao realm great elders who had left the sect to chase after him back to the phaseless immortal sect. He would also lure the other experts of this lineage back to the phaseless immortal sect. From there, he would capture them all in one fell swoop. I'll give you enough time to return to the sect, he muttered to himself. Stepping into the small forest, he was not in a hurry at all. He only slowly walked in the direction of the phaseless immortal sect. Gradually, the sun completely set and night fell. Stars flashed in the sky. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, there were even more cultivators gathered. It was densely packed, and there were already thousands of people. Why isn't he here yet? The sky is already dark. Wait a little longer. Many people whispered. The sky was pitch black, and the stars were increasing in number. Soon, a full moon appeared, sprinkling down a sky full of silver light. The small forest outside the phaseless immortal sect was enveloped in a faint halo. Time passed quickly. The crowd waited outside the phaseless immortal sect. Very soon, it was the morning of the second day. The stars disappeared, the full moon disappeared, and a morning sun appeared, sprinkling down a gentle sunlight. A group of cultivators gathered at this place and waited for an entire night, but Lin Tian still did not appear. At this time, many cultivators were puzzled. He's not here yet. Could it be that he's deliberately tormenting the phaseless immortal sect? Someone frowned. It was also at this moment that someone suddenly exclaimed, "He's here!" His voice was low and deep, carrying a hint of surprise and excitement. Immediately, everyone who came here turned their heads to look. In the distance, a slender figure appeared on the horizon. His steps were slow as he walked towards this place, step by step. He wore a black robe and had a delicate and pretty face. His expression was very calm. "Lin Tian," someone exclaimed in a low voice. Following that, the crowd became silent. Almost all of them held their breaths as they stared at Lin Tian. Staring at Lin Tian. At this time, all the cultivators who came here were surprised, excited. Lin Tian actually came. He had come alone. First level of immortal ascension. With such a cultivation level, why would he dare to barge in alone? This young man, some of the older generation experts frowned. In one night, Lin Tian had arrived here. He believed that it was enough time for the experts of the phaseless immortal sect to return to the sect. At this time, when he arrived at this place and saw the densely packed figures outside the phaseless immortal sect, his expression did not change at all. This was because after he shouted out that voice, he knew that there would definitely be many people coming here to watch. After all, it was human instinct to watch the show, and even cultivators were no exception. His expression was calm as he walked towards the main entrance of the phaseless immortal sect at a leisurely pace. "He's here." Outside the main entrance of the phaseless immortal sect, a disciple of this branch shouted. The main entrance of this branch could be considered to be very majestic. It was about 20 feet tall and was completely made of strange stones. Lin Tian walked forward and quickly arrived in front of the main entrance. A few disciples of the phaseless immortal sect were guarding the edge of the courtyard, all of them holding swords and sabers facing Lin Tian, their faces slightly pale. Although they were pointing their weapons at Lin Tian, they were slowly retreating, not a single one of them daring to attack. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Her footsteps did not change. Step by step, she stepped through the door and walked straight into the phaseless immortal sect. He walked in. He directly stepped in. Many people's hearts trembled. As far as the eye could see, Lin Tian came here alone. With his cultivation at the first level of the immortal connection realm, he actually directly walked into the formless immortal sect without the slightest bit of hesitation or fear, as if he was just walking on a flat forest path. Staring at the scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Of course, even more people were very excited. A cultivator at the first level of immortal ascension had directly barged into the phaseless immortal sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects. Such stimulation naturally made many cultivators excited. Everyone's gazes landed in front of them as they stared at Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked very far away from the main entrance of the phaseless immortal sect, and was a full 30 meters deep into the phaseless immortal sect. All around, the densely packed disciples of the phaseless immortal sect surrounded him, all of them holding treasured weapons and treasured sabers facing him. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the main entrance of the phaseless immortal sect closed. His path of retreat had been blocked. "Little bastard, you really dare!" A cold voice sounded. Within the phaseless immortal sect, a few old figures walked out, all of them with ice-cold eyes. There were a total of 7 of them, and all of them were at the great Tao realm. The Tao law fluctuations around their bodies surged like a vast ocean. At the same time, even more disciples of the phaseless immortal sect rushed out and surrounded them, guarding their positions. In the middle of this, Lin Tian was very calm. He swept his gaze across the group of disciples and said in a calm voice, "Ordinary disciples of the phaseless immortal sect, I will give you a chance. Those who don't want to die, leave on your own or retreat to the side." As soon as these words were spoken, many of the onlookers outside the phaseless immortal sect were moved. At this time, Lin Tian was clearly trapped within the phaseless immortal sect and was in a worrying situation. But when she opened her mouth, she actually said such a thing. Even the disciples of the phaseless immortal sect were startled. But very quickly, everyone's eyes turned cold. "You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to give us a chance. Ridiculous. Self-righteous. Your arrogance is boundless. Today you can only die." One by one, the disciples of the phaseless immortal sect stared at Lin Tian mockingly. These people knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, and none of them felt that they were a match for Lin Tian. Even the current number 1 person of their generation did not have the confidence to fight against Lin Tian. But so what? Right now, Lin Tian was in their sect, and a few of their great Tao Realm Supreme Elders were there. How could they allow Lin Tian to run rampant? The destruction of the 7 Luminaries' empire was indeed related to Lin Tian. However, all the disciples of the phaseless immortal sect had the same thought. Lin Tian must have used some scheme to harm the 7 Luminaries' empire. Right now, Lin Tian was standing here alone. He was only a cultivator at the first level of the immortal ascension realm. There was no reason for them to be afraid of him. Lin Tian's gaze moved and swept across the 30 or so immortal ascension realm cultivators. These people had once followed Tuayili to the Ascension Dao sect. At that time, he and Lu Wei could have killed these people, but in the end, they did not and let them all go. The 30 or so people were all at the Immortal Ascension realm. At this moment, when they met Lin Tian's gaze, they trembled slightly, and their expressions were very ugly. "Young man, I'm sorry. We feel guilty, but you barged into our sect like this. We have no choice. We can only attack." Someone spoke and clasped his hands. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and there was no change in it. Just nice. His voice was calm. "That day in the Ascension Dao sect, all of your hands were stained with the blood of the Ascension sect disciples. I let you go that day, and now I will settle the grudge of that day. P.S. Thank you, King of Three Virtues Education, for your 1,000,000 lateral coins. Thank you. Kowtow. Thank you. Book Friend 6985421 for your 10,000 lateral coins. Thank you. Thank you, everyone." Long went to eat lunch and then came back to work hard on the third chapter. Chapter 675. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the expressions of the 30 or so people who had been spared in the Ascension Dao sect became even uglier. That day, Lin Tian and Lu Wei could have killed them, but let them go. But now they were going to wave their butcher's knives at Lin Tian and attack Lin Tian. This was naturally not a glorious thing. The 30 or so people clenched their fists. "Sorry." One of them gritted his teeth. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent and calm. "There's nothing to be sorry about. There won't be any deviation in the outcome. It's just that you guys will live a little longer." The expressions of the 30 or so people turned ugly. However, their fists clenched even tighter. Then their eyes became determined. "Sorry." It was still only 2 words. However, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the 30 or so people rose. At the same time, hostility rose. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He stood calmly in the formless immortal sect. A palm-sized divine talisman appeared in his right hand. With a chi sound, he crushed the divine talisman. A wisp of light spread out from his palm and quickly surged into his body. Humph! A cold snort sounded. The supreme elders of this lineage raised their hands. With a buzz, dense array runes appeared around the formless immortal sect, completely sealing off the surrounding space. Not even a mosquito could fly out. "You're too arrogant," one of them said coldly. This was the 7th supreme elder of the formless immortal sect. At this moment, he took a step forward and pressed down with his hand, enveloping Lin Tian. The void creaked and distorted inch by inch. As far as the eye could see, a large hand covered in mist covered the sky and the sun. It carried a dense fluctuation of Tao laws and a terrifying killing intent. How is he going to block it? How? Outside the formless immortal sect, everyone's eyes widened. How could an early-stage immortal ascension cultivator resist the murderous hand of a great Tao expert? These people held their breaths. They felt that since Lin Tian dared to come here and barge into the formless immortal sect, he must have something to rely on. Therefore, at this moment, they were all staring at the formless immortal sect. At the same time, within the formless immortal sect, the disciples of this faction all had sinister expressions on their faces. "He's dead. No matter how much he schemed against the 7 Luminaries' empire, he's still trash in terms of his own strength." Humph! Many people sneered. Literature building buzz. The giant hand blotted out the sky, and the Tao laws intertwined as it descended upon Lin Tian. "Your dragon burial scripture still has great uses. I won't kill you directly," the 7th supreme elder of this faction said coldly. The hazy light of the big hand descended. However, in the next moment, the expression of the person who made the move changed. The large hand that he pressed down could not descend no matter what. The divine light hand trembled nonstop. "Old 7, what are you doing?" The first Supreme Elder frowned. The other Grand Elders were also confused. They all looked at the seventh Grand Elder, not understanding why he didn't continue attacking. At the same time, even the people outside the Phaseless Immortal Sect and the disciples of the Phaseless Immortal Sect were puzzled, their expressions strange. The seventh Grand Elder, who took action, clenched his teeth. The large hand of divine light that reached out once again moved, descending towards Lin Tian. Rumbling sounds rang out. Unfortunately, he still could not suppress it. What's going on? This person's heart trembled slightly. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian moved. He raised his right hand and pointed with his finger. With a swoosh, a ray of light flew out like lightning. As if it had crossed through space, it instantly entered the space between this person's brows. Pooh! Blood splattered, and the large hand of divine light shattered. The person who attacked fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes were still open, but the light of life within them disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Old Seven. The expressions of the other 6 Grand Elders of this faction changed, and they all appeared beside this person. Then the expressions of all 6 of them changed. Almost at the same time, the spectators outside the Phaseless Immortal Sect, as well as the disciples inside the Phaseless Immortal Sect, all felt that the current situation of the 7th Supreme Elder, who had made a move, could no longer sense the slightest bit of life fluctuations from the other party. Dead. Dead. Someone muttered. For a moment, everyone trembled in unison. A Grand Tao Realm expert was actually killed by an early-stage Immortal Ascension cultivator with a simple finger. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Tian. Shock. Horror. This. How did he do it? That's a Grand Tao Realm existence. Someone trembled. At this moment, even the other 6 Grand Tao Realm experts of this faction couldn't help but tremble. It was just a casual finger, but the 7th Supreme Elder of the Grand Tao Realm died. Even his soul couldn't escape. What exactly was going on? Lin Tian was clearly only at the first tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. How could he do such a thing with such a cultivation base? What did you do? The 6th Supreme Elder roared. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. His eyes were indifferent, and only the corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold smile. A few days ago, an old drunkard left behind a divine talisman for him before he left. He had just crushed it, and the power within had already spread throughout his body. Only he could feel the power, and it made his heart tremble. At this moment, he even felt that he could easily kill someone like the 7 Luminaries clan's old ancestor who was at the first tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. He didn't say much. Facing the 6th Supreme Elder who had questioned him, he casually pointed a finger. Swish! A ray of light flew out, crossing space and arriving in an instant. Pooh! Unable to dodge, the 6th Supreme Elder of this faction was pierced through between his brows and flew dozens of feet away. With a bang, he smashed into a palace. Then there was no movement at all. Just like the previous person, his life force had completely dissipated. Old 6th. The other Grand Elders cried out. After finding the 6th Supreme Elder's body, they all trembled again. The 6th Supreme Elder was also dead. How is this possible? What did he do? 2 Grand Tao Realm experts, just 2 fingers. How could this be? Outside the Phaseless Immortal Sect, everyone was trembling. 2 fingers killed 2 Grand Tao Realm experts, and even their souls were obliterated in their physical bodies. No, impossible. How could this be? The disciples of the Phaseless Immortal Sect all paled. At this time, these people stared at Lin Tian. All of them were terrified, and many of them could not help but tremble. Sacrificial killing array, the 1st Supreme Elder roared. In the next moment, in the void, the array patterns that had originally appeared pulsed even more violently. Dense killing light surged wildly, pressing down on Lin Tian, twisting the void until it collapsed inch by inch. Lin Tian raised his hand and activated the Heavenly One Soul art. A silver soul light spread out, instantly annihilating all the killing light. Then he flicked his 5 fingers and more silver soul light intertwined and surged out in all directions. Then, in just an instant, the dense array patterns in the void pulsed, trembled violently, and returned to calmness. However, the first Supreme Elder of this faction directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. You cut off the connection between this old man and the sect protection array. This person looked panicked. At this time, he could no longer control the sect protection array of the phaseless immortal sect. The sect protection array no longer responded to him. Now, your sect protection array is mine. Lin Tian Ondao. The divine talisman that an old drunkard left him contained too much power. At this time, his abilities in all aspects had soared by leaps and bounds. After activating the Heavenly One Soul art, he directly took over the sect protection array of the phaseless immortal sect. Hearing those words, the people from that bloodline all trembled. Their sect protection array had become Lin Tian's. Impossible. Don't be an alarmist. The 4th Supreme Elder of this faction shouted. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Then let's try. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand casually formed a seal. Immediately, the sect protection array of the phaseless immortal sect shone brightly. The dense killing light fell, and with a bang, the 4th Supreme Elder who spoke was sent flying. He rolled in the distance and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, looking extremely miserable. This time, this place, everyone trembled again. The sect protection array of the phaseless immortal sect is actually under his control. It's really become his great array. This, rumor has it that he's also a formation master, but is his formation controlling technique already that terrifying? He can actually easily seize the great formation that originally belonged to someone else. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, everyone was shocked. Lin Tian dared to come here and directly walk into the phaseless immortal sect. Many people felt that Lin Tian had something to rely on and should be able to fight against the phaseless immortal sect. But now, they didn't see Lin Tian do anything special. He was still at the first level of the immortal ascension realm, but his strength had become so terrifying that he could casually kill powerful cultivators of the great Tao realm and easily seize other people's great formations. This was simply too strange, causing everyone to be puzzled. Wait. Suddenly someone said, just now he seemed to have crushed a strange light talisman. Strange light talisman? It seems like such a thing is happening. If that's the case, I saw it before. He crushed a light talisman. Could it be? It must be that light talisman. Someone said. At this time, these people felt that if they wanted to find the reason why Lin Tian had become so strong, it could only be because of that light talisman. Inside the phaseless immortal sect, the 1st Supreme Elder and the others were shocked. It's that light talisman from before. They had naturally seen the light talisman that Lin Tian had crushed, but because they didn't feel any special fluctuations from it, they only thought that Lin Tian had used some kind of divine ability and didn't pay much attention to it. They only activated the sect's great formation at that time to prevent Lin Tian from escaping. At this moment, when the light talisman was mentioned, the few of them also felt that it was strange, and their scalps went numb. Thinking about it this way, Lin Tian's current strength seemed to have something to do with the light talisman. Is it because of that light talisman? Not far away, the 4th Supreme Elder of this faction, who had been swept away by the killing light, stood up and roared fiercely. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as she tilted her head and looked over. You're asking me? With a flash of his feet, he instantly appeared in front of this person. He raised his hand and punched down. You. This person's body was torn into pieces on the spot. Blood splattered all over the air, and his divine soul also shattered. Chapter 676. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with exciting novels to read. Blood splattered in the air. At this moment, the scorching sun was clearly hanging high in the sky, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In the blink of an eye, 3 great Tao realm existences were killed. This, one punch, just one punch, will, death god! The crowd was terrified, standing far away from the formless immortal sect. Everyone's hearts were trembling fiercely. At the same time, the disciples of the formless immortal sect felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, many people couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? How is this possible? Many people trembled. The 4th Grand Elder of their lineage had actually been killed with a single punch. At this moment, even the strongest Supreme Elder of this sect felt his heart palpitate. You! This person stared at Lin Tian, his eyes flickering. Lin Tian turned his head and looked over. He stretched out his right hand, and divine power gathered, condensing into a resplendent divine light sword. Clang! He casually slashed, and a sword light directly cut through the sky. With a puff, not far away, the 5th Supreme Elder of this sect was slashed into pieces by the sword. He didn't even have time to scream before his body and soul were directly destroyed. Another one, a great Tao powerhouse already is the 4th one. The crowd trembled. In the blink of an eye, 4 great Tao realm powerhouses were killed. Lin Tian. A furious roar sounded. There were still 3 Supreme Elders left in this sect. At this moment, their eyes were red, and they were extremely furious. For great Tao realm powerhouses were actually gone just like that. Damn it! The 3 of them roared, and powerful divine power fluctuations surged out from their bodies. At the same time, they charged toward Lin Tiansha. At this time, how could they still care about losing face when the 3 of them attacked together? Right now, for great Tao realm Supreme Elders had already been killed. What kind of loss was this? It was simply unbearable. Boom! 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 The void trembled. Flames suddenly swept out. The earth suddenly shook, and a green mist appeared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a dense Tao law spread out and enveloped the entire space within a radius of several hundred feet. Tao of Inferno. Tao Law of Chaos. Rotting Poison Tao Law. Some of the older generation experts were shocked. A great Tao realm expert could control the power of a great Tao. Even though it wasn't a complete great Tao and they could only control a trace of the power of a certain great Tao, this was already terrifying enough. Ordinary powers wouldn't be able to resist it. At this time, the 3 of them used the power of Tao Law at the same time. Blazing Tao power burned in all directions, and even divine power could be burned away. The Tao of Chaos Earth locked down the surroundings, pressing towards the center with boundless strength. The Tao of Rotting Poison was even more terrifying, and it could practically devour everything. In an instant, Lin Tian was surrounded by 3 Taoist laws. How is he going to fight against these 3 Taos? Ordinary strength can. Someone's expression changed, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Clang! An ear-piercing sword chime sounded, suppressing all other sounds. Facing the pressure of the 3 tyrannical Taoist laws, Lin Tian's movements were very simple. He just raised his hand and swung his sword. Chi! 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 Along with 3 soft sounds, the 3 Tao Law powers were crushed at the same time. At the same time, the 3 people who attacked were forced back, and each spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3rd Supreme Elder's heart trembled as he stared at Lin Tian in horror. You! Pft! A sword light flew over and directly shattered it. Literature building. 3rd Elder. The 2nd Supreme Elder of this lineage was shocked and furious. In the entire phaseless immortal sect, all the disciples, deacons, and ordinary elders were trembling. At this moment, they were completely shrouded in fear. The three most powerful supreme elders of their lineage had joined forces to activate the Tao Law, but one of them was killed in the blink of an eye. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, there was complete silence. All the onlookers were stunned at this moment. Thief! The first and second supreme elders of the phaseless immortal sect roared. With a boom, they summoned a treasured furnace from the depths of the phaseless immortal sect. This furnace was surrounded by strands of faint light. Through the faint light, one could see that the body of the furnace was engraved with densely packed rune imprints. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a peerless power that overflowed the heavens. The high-grade Tao weapon of the phaseless immortal sect, the divine fire furnace, someone exclaimed. Boom! The moment the divine fire furnace appeared, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. It was as if a destructive hurricane had swept up and quickly swept out in all directions. At this moment, the first and second supreme elders of the phaseless immortal sect worked together to activate this Tao weapon, causing it to turn into a burning sun in the blink of an eye, mightily pressing down on Lin Tian. With a cracking sound, the void shattered on the spot. At the same time, blazing flames surged out from the divine fire furnace, as if they could burn everything, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Tian raised his head, a divine light flashing across his eyes. Without any scruples, his footsteps swayed, and he directly stepped towards the divine fire furnace that was pressing down on him. This, directly rush up, that's a high-grade Tao weapon. The furnace fire can burn everything. Many people's hearts trembled. You're courting death. The first supreme elder of the phaseless immortal sect gritted his teeth and activated the divine fire furnace even more crazily, causing the furnace's body to become even more terrifying. With a boom, more raging flames rushed out, burning the space until it collapsed. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He only took a step forward to approach the divine fire furnace. He held the divine light sword in his right hand and raised his left hand. A Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared and directly pressed down in front of him. A high-grade Tao weapon was very strong, but so what? In the end, it was only limited to the domain of the great Tao. Could it surpass the existence of Wuzhen? At this time, the divine talisman left to him by an old drunkard merged into his body. He felt that he could even easily kill a person at the first level of Wuzhen. How could he be afraid of a high-grade Tao weapon activated by two great Tao powerhouses? Buzz! The Tao diagram of the four symbols slowly pressed down. At this moment, with the support of the power left by an old drunkard, an incomparably sacred silver light suddenly burst out, annihilating all the divine fire in an instant. Then, almost in an instant, the Tao diagram of the four symbols imprinted on the divine fire furnace, causing the furnace to become quiet. Lin Tian grabbed it with his left hand and grabbed it in his own hand. On the opposite side, the first supreme elder and second supreme elder of the phaseless immortal sect coughed up blood at the same time and staggered back. Lin Tian pressed down with the Tao diagram of the four symbols and directly erased all the imprints related to the phaseless immortal sect on the divine fire furnace, causing both of them to suffer a backlash. At this moment, the light of the divine fire furnace intertwined and floated in the palm of Lin Tian's left hand. Very strong. Feeling the power of this divine fire furnace, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Not long ago, an old drunkard casually flicked his finger and destroyed the high-grade Tao weapon of the Seven Luminaries Empire, which made him feel a sense of regret. At this time, he snatched the high-grade Tao weapon of the phaseless immortal sect intact and immediately felt a lot more balanced. The high-grade Tao weapon of the phaseless immortal sect. Just like that. It was taken away. Oh my God. What was that divine light talisman from before? Outside the phaseless immortal sect, everyone was horrified. The first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder of the phaseless immortal sect were naturally furious and rushed towards Lin Tian at the same time. "Give it back to us." The two of them each displayed their super divine abilities and at the same time used their Tao Law power. Lin Tian tilted his head and swung the divine light sword in his right hand, slashing out a sword beam. Uft! The second Supreme Elder of this lineage exploded, his body and soul destroyed on the spot. He raised his left hand and kept the divine fire cauldron into his sea of consciousness. Then a 4 symbols Tao diagram appeared and instantly annihilated the divine ability of the first Supreme Elder of this lineage. Moreover, after this, the 4 symbols Tao diagram didn't dissipate. It directly landed on this person's body and sealed all the divine force in his body, causing him to temporarily lose his cultivation. With a bang, this person fell to the ground. After a little struggle, he stood up and was ready to attack Lin Tian again. However, in the next moment, his face was filled with horror. "You, what did you do?" At this moment, he could not feel the flow of divine power. He could not use his divine ability, could not fly, and could not even use the simplest martial skills. Lin Tian glanced at this person before kicking him, flying over 30 m away, causing him to collide fiercely with a crimson red rock nearby. This person slid down the boulder with his back against it. More than half of his bones were broken. "You!" Staring at Lin Tian, this person's mouth was filled with blood and he could not get up for a long time. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Your phaseless immortal sect master personally led more than 30 immortal realm elders and gathered the people of the Golden Flames Tao sect to head to the Emergence Tao sect to destroy the Emergence Tao sect. For that matter, we did not look for your phaseless immortal sect to reason with you. We even let go of the dozens of elders from your phaseless immortal sect who had gone to the Ascension Tao sect with you. We only killed the traitor of the Ascension Tao sect, Tua Yili. We have given your phaseless immortal sect enough face. However, not only did you not appreciate it, you even directly said that you wanted to take my life, force me out of the Emergence Tao sect, and keep sending people to kill me. Staring at this person, his expression became cruel and merciless. Back then, I once said that your phaseless immortal sect would slowly be destroyed in my hands. Now it's time. I won't kill you for the time being. I'll let you watch with your own eyes as I destroy your phaseless immortal sect. I'll kill all your disciples one by one and completely remove your phaseless immortal sect from the Shun continent. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine light in his hand shook, and the sword's ear-piercing hum swept out in all directions. Uft, uft, uft. With just a casual movement, a large number of phaseless immortal sect disciples exploded. The first Grand Elder of this lineage trembled violently, and his eyes turned red. "You, stop!" Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. He directly ignored this person and swept his gaze across the 30 or so immortal realm elders of the phaseless immortal sect. These 30 or so people had followed the current phaseless sect master, Tuailai, to the Emergence Tao sect and had killed the disciples of the Emergence Tao sect. That day, he and Lu Wei had let these people go. Now they would not show mercy. Clang! He waved the divine light sword in his hand. With one sword, 100 swords were born. The void was instantly cut apart, and huge cracks appeared, extending in all directions like a spider web. Uft, uft, uft. Blood splattered, and the 30 or so immortal realm cultivators he was staring at exploded in an instant. Chapter 677. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. More than 30 immortal connecting cultivators were killed in an instant. Blood splattered across the sky, enchanting and piercing red. In Lin Tian's hand, the killing sword condensed from divine power flashed. The resentment of that day is now settled. Everyone from the formless immortal sect trembled, and many of them couldn't help but retreat. More than 30 experts, all of them at the connecting immortal realm. Among them, there were even reclusive elders at the 9th level of the connecting immortal realm. But now Lin Tian had killed all of them with a single strike. Bastard! The first prime elder of the bloodline roared and charged forward madly. Lin Tian didn't even look at this person. With a backhand slap, he directly sent this person flying, causing him to roll more than 3 feet away. He tilted his head and looked at the other members of the bloodline. "It's your turn." His voice was calm. With a move of his mind instructs in a second, the sect-protecting formation that enveloped the formless immortal sect began to circulate, and a murderous light appeared. In an instant, an invisible killing intent enveloped the entire phaseless immortal sect. Clang! A sword cry that sounded like a real sword cry rang out. The killing light condensed into the shape of a sword and mercilessly slashed down towards the group of people from the phaseless immortal sect. Pooh! 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 The bloody light instantly exploded, one after another. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, Lin Tian activated the Heavenly One Soul technique, causing the sect-protecting formation of the phaseless immortal sect to erupt with its strongest power in history. Dense killing lights continuously appeared from all directions and slashed down, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the disciples and deacon elders of the phaseless immortal sect. Ah! Screams reverberated in the air as panic and fear intertwined in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone outside the formless immortal sect trembled and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The formless immortal sect's own sect-protecting formation, but now. But it's being used. Terrifying. This Lin Tian is simply, many people were horrified. Literature building. He had seized the sect-protecting array of the formless immortal sect, and now he was using it to harvest the lives of the people of the formless immortal sect. How powerful was that? How terrifying was that? And to the people of the formless immortal sect, what kind of irony was this? No. Grand Elder, save me. Ah. Voices of fear and despair intertwined with one another. Accompanied by these sounds, bloody mists continued to explode. The number 1 great elder of the phaseless immortal sect had not died yet, so Lin Tian did not directly kill him. At this moment, as he stared at the scene and saw his disciples being killed one by one, he could not help but tremble. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Stop! Stop!" Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he remained motionless. The one heaven soul art circulated even faster, causing the sect-protecting grand formation to become even more terrifying and the killing intent to become even stronger. Under such killing lights, even some half-step great Tao experts could not withstand it. They could temporarily withstand a dozen killing lights, but they could not withstand hundreds or even thousands of killing lights. Pooh! 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 It was like a blood-red firework. In this place, there was only blood sputtering in the void, splashing in all directions. I won't be your enemy anymore. Let me go. Someone trembled as he begged for mercy. Soon after, more people spoke up. We will leave the phaseless immortal sect immediately. No, don't kill us. We are only here to cultivate. Didn't you say before that as long as we leave, or stand to the side, you won't kill us? Yes, we will leave now. I will never attack you again. The crowd trembled. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he did not have the slightest reaction. However, his killing intent became even stronger. In the beginning, he had given these people a chance and did not want to kill the ordinary disciples of this faction. However, when he gave these people a chance, these people all mocked him and stared at him with killing intent. They thought that with a few great Tao realm experts here, he was dead for sure. But now the situation had deviated from these people's expectations. These people began to beg for mercy, saying that they were only here to cultivate, saying that they would never attack him again, begging him to show mercy, begging him to let them go. Now, would he let them go? Clang! The killing intent emitted by the sect protecting formation became even stronger, and the killing intent became even more shocking, causing the screams and cries of fear to become even louder. Blood splattered at an even faster speed. Grand Elder, save me. Stop! Ah! Save me! The disciples of the phaseless immortal sect cried for help in fear, and even some elders at the immortal ascension realm were no exception. When the Grand Elder, who was the leader of this faction, saw this scene, his old body could not help but tremble. He directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Beast, stop, stop. At this moment, the disciples, deacons, and elders of the phaseless immortal sect exploded before his eyes. One by one, their lives were harvested before his eyes. He almost went crazy. Do you feel pain? Heartbreaking? Lin Tianling smiled. That's good. That's what I want. The incident at the Ascension Dao sect was still hard for him to let go. The phaseless immortal sect was too shameless. Clang! In this place, blinding killing light continuously hacked down. To the people of the phaseless immortal sect, this day was undoubtedly a terrifying day of calamity. The sect protecting formation sealed off all 10 directions of space, and rays of killing light continuously descended, as if they were slaughtering pigs that were being raised in a cage. No one was able to escape. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. This place was filled with screams, cries for mercy, cries for help, and cries for help. Voices filled with terror intertwined and continued. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. At this time, the space finally quieted down. There were no more screams, cries for mercy, cries for help. There were only corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. There was only blood flowing on the ground. Dead, they're all dead. The only one left is the Grand Elder. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, someone was trembling. For a short while, Lin Tian stood in place, not moving a single step. He used the Celestial One Soul incantation to activate the sect's protective formation and killed everyone except for the first Grand Elder. Ah! This bloodline's number 1 Grand Elder roared, his eyes about to split apart, almost going mad. Lin Tian, what a beast! This person roared out ruthlessly. Because of his shock and anger, he spat out blood essence. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he tilted his head to look at her. You asked for it. Damn it. Damn you. His god power was sealed, and his cultivation base was sealed. He was like a wild animal, lunging madly toward Lin Tian. The audience is done. You can disappear now. Lin Tiandao. With the support of an old drunkard's divine talisman, he was now invincible. He casually waved his hand, and a ray of sword light swept past. With a pew sound, this person was chopped into pieces, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. In an instant, the space became deathly silent. This really all dead. Phaseless immortal sect destroyed. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, everyone was trembling, looking at the corpses all over the ground in the phaseless immortal sect, and seeing the blood everywhere. Many people trembled, their faces pale. After the Golden Flames Dao sect, the Xuanlong Jiang family, and the 7 Luminaries Empire, Lin Tian had destroyed the phaseless immortal sect. One person had caused the destruction of 4 great forces. Who is he? Many people were horrified. Lin Tian stood in the phaseless immortal sect and casually glanced outside. He did not care and walked into the depths of this bloodline. Not long after, he came to the place where the secret arts of this bloodline were stored. Without looking carefully, he put away all the secret arts and put them into a stone ring. In the past, the stone ring was very precious to him, but now it was different. Now he had a lot of such things, and the internal space was very large. He walked out of the area where the divine abilities and precious techniques were stored and entered this branch's armory. As soon as he opened the door, a large expanse of light flashed. Precious weapons and precious swords were laid out horizontally as dense light interweaved. He walked in and roughly glanced around. There were more than 30 immortal tools, hundreds of supreme treasures, and countless treasures. All of them were stored in the stone ring, including the treasures I got from the Golden Tao sect and the 7 Luminaries Empire. I now have more than 100 immortal tools. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He had mastered the weapon control technique. Later, if he used more than 100 immortal tools to display the weapon control technique, what kind of terrifying scene would that be? Speaking of which layer of the heavenly domain did this precious technique come from? From what the old man said about the 4th heaven, this technique doesn't seem to be from the 4th heaven. He whispered. When he was in the 2nd heaven, he knew that the weapon control technique is a great technique from a higher heaven. At first, he thought that it came from the 3rd heaven, but after reaching the 3rd heaven, he discovered that it wasn't the case. As for the 4th heaven, it doesn't seem to be the case. Therefore, the weapon control technique should be from the 5th heaven. The tomb in the 1st heaven, the owner of the tomb was only in the airborne realm. How could he have a complete weapon control technique? Strange. He was a little curious. After a pause, he couldn't help but shake his head. He was too lazy to think about these things now. He put away all the treasures and soon found some spirit pills and treasures. They were all quite good, so he put them away. Not long after, he came to the place where the Lingjing was stored. There were a lot of Lingjing inside. He glanced at it roughly and estimated that there were about 30,000 kilograms of them. It's just more than the 12 Dao sects, but it's nothing compared to the 3 dynasties and the Xuanlong Jiang family. He shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he put the 30,000 kilograms of Lingjing into the stone ring. After that, he searched this place for a long time, putting away all the valuable things, and then walked out of the depths. At this time, he felt that the power of the divine talisman in his body began to weaken slowly. It could only last for about a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour is enough. He muttered to himself. Stepping on the ground of this vein, he directly blasted down with a punch, causing the entire surface of the ground to shatter into pieces. The dragon runes on the soles of his feet flickered, and soon it spread to the underground world of the phaseless immortal sect. He saw 16 complete immortal veins, all of which were intertwined with incomparably rich spiritual light. Chapter 678. The dragon marks extended downwards, and the underground of the phaseless immortal sect was covered with 16 immortal veins. However, Lin Tian did not care about this at the moment. Right now, he had the divine talisman left behind by an old drunkard as a support, and his strength was comparable to an expert at the 5th level of enlightenment. It was naturally a very simple matter to break this restriction. Advertisement. He activated the dragon burial scripture, and the dragon marks interweaved. With a chi sound, the restriction outside the 16 immortal veins was shattered. Buzz! He raised his hands and formed a seal at an extremely fast speed. He used the dragon burial scripture to pull the 16 immortal veins out from the underground world. Then, dense dragon marks wrapped around them. As these dragon marks wrapped around them, the 16 immortal veins gradually shrank. In the end, they all turned into an inch long and were grabbed by him. Hiss! This, just like that, he gave the 16 immortal veins of the phaseless immortal sect. This is... What kind of method is this? How did he do it? Outside the phaseless immortal sect, the hearts of the crowd trembled. Those were immortal veins. Originally, each of them was 1,000 feet long, but now they were all compressed to an inch long. Lin Tian put away the 16-inch-long immortal veins and nodded in satisfaction. That day in the 7 Luminaries Empire, an old drunkard had used absolute power to compress the 20 immortal veins of the 7 Luminaries Empire into balls of light and now he was relying on the power left behind by an old drunkard and the special divine arts recorded in the dragon burial scripture to change the shape of the immortal veins with the Tao of dragon marks. There are a total of 36 immortal veins, in addition to the 400,000 kilograms of Lingjing. It's enough for me to step into the second level of the immortal ascension realm and consolidate my cultivation, he muttered to himself. It had to be said that obtaining so many Lingjing and complete immortal veins in such a short period of time, and being able to step into the second level of the immortal ascension realm later, was truly a pleasant surprise. However, at the same time, he was also somewhat helpless. This was because his physique was too much of a waste of Lingjing. From the early stage of the immortal ascension realm to the second level of the immortal ascension realm, he actually had to consume so many resources. At this time, he was standing in the formless immortal sect. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it strands of the smell of blood. He paused for a moment, then slowly rose into the air. When he was several hundred feet above the ground, a sword completely condensed from divine power appeared in his right hand again, and he indifferently slashed down. This sword strike was very casual, but its power was shocking. After all, it was supported by the power left behind by an old drunkard. Boom! The phaseless immortal sect was greatly shaken, and in an instant it was torn apart. All the palaces collapsed at the same time, causing sand and dust to surge into the sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the phaseless immortal sect had completely collapsed. The originally magnificent halls and pavilions were all shattered, and there was even a raging fire that quickly turned the entire phaseless immortal sect into a sea of fire. Quick update! The website is refreshing with few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give me a good review. This, someone shuddered. Just like that, the powerful phaseless immortal sect turned into a burning inferno. Many people's hearts trembled as they looked at the sea of fire and then at Lin Tian in the sky. Many people couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, these people felt a chill run down their spines. This was simply the god of death. Lin Tian stood in the sky and swept a glance at these people. She no longer stayed here and walked into the distance step by step. Only when he was completely gone did the cultivators in this place let out a long sigh of relief. But terrifying. Someone trembled. Very quickly. Everything that happened in this place quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire Shin continent. He really went to the phaseless immortal sect and gave it to the 7 luminaries' empire had just been destroyed, and before the storm had even subsided, the phaseless immortal sect had been destroyed. They were all destroyed by the same person, and once again set off a frenzy in the Shun continent. Golden Fire Dao sect, Shu and Long Jiang family, 7 luminaries empire, phaseless immortal sect. He alone destroyed 4 inheritances. Some people counted carefully, and their hearts trembled violently. The history of the Shun continent was extremely long, but in such a long period of history, when had such a terrifying thing ever happened? In just 1 year, a small cultivator had destroyed 4 powerful inheritances, including one of the 3 great empires that looked down on this Shun continent. For inheritances, it was destroyed just like that. It's really how ruthless. What's so ruthless about it? If it were up to me, I would say that these forces deserved it. That's right, if it was me, I would have done the same. Moreover, it would be even more ruthless than this. Someone said, these great powers raised by dogs and wolves, all of them are always self-righteous, thinking that they are high and mighty, that they can bully others as they wish. It's best to destroy them, uprooting them all. In the cultivation world of the Shun continent, discussions continued. In just half a day, the storm in the Shun continent had reached its climax in 10,000 years, and no one could remain calm. 4 huge inheritances had been destroyed in the hands of the same person in a year. Destroyed in the hands of a small cultivator. Shock, horror, At the same time, an expert of the older generation thought of something else. The situation of the Shang continent has been completely destroyed. When this voice came out, many cultivators were shocked again. Of the 12 sects, the Golden Fire sect was destroyed. Of the 6 great immortal sects, the phaseless immortal sect was destroyed. The place where the dragon-seeking family established their clan was turned into a dead area. And most importantly, one of the 3 great empires that looked down on this territory, the 7 Luminaries Empire, was also destroyed. The structure that originally existed had really cracked apart. Lin Tian. Some experts felt their hearts palpitate. One person had changed the situation of the cultivation world in the Shang continent for 10,000 years. How terrifying was that? On this day, while everyone in the Shang continent was shocked, they also clearly knew another thing. Lin Tian, a man who was only 20 years old, was destined to leave the strongest mark in the history of cultivation in the Shang continent. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Tian walked on the main road with a calm expression, like a young leader, giving people a feeling of sunshine. 3 days ago, he destroyed the phaseless immortal sect with the divine talisman left to him by an old drunkard and killed everyone in the phaseless immortal sect. He felt that his hands were once again stained with blood, so just like when he destroyed the 18 strongholds of the 7 Luminaries Empire, he went to a secluded small forest and used the natural aura of the forest to wash the turbid blood chi on his body. He only walked out today. At this time, his footsteps were unprecedentedly light, and he felt that his whole body was countless times more relaxed, as if a huge boulder of 10,000 kilograms had been removed from his shoulders. Now I can return to the Emergence Tao sect, he whispered. The Golden Fire sect, the phaseless immortal sect, the dragon-seeking family, and the 7 Luminaries Empire had all been destroyed. Now he did not have to worry about anything. He thought of Shui Yi, Ling Yun, and Lu Wei, and could not help but smile. Especially Shui Yi. He could finally see this girl again. This strong and weak girl who had once saved his life. Thinking of this, his footsteps could not help but quicken. He walked in a direction and headed towards the Emergence Tao sect. Soon he still had to go to the Barbarian Land and the 4th Heaven. But now, before going to the Barbarian Land and the 4th Heaven, he wanted to return to the Emergence Tao sect first. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He took a step of more than 100 feet, and the scenery on both sides quickly retreated. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly trembled, and a dangerous signal appeared in his heart. Without time to think, he stepped on the Yinyang Ho and directly moved more than 100 feet away. Chi! Almost at the same time, an eerie beam of light descended from the sky where he was just now, directly shattering a piece of space. Your spiritual perception is not weak. An indifferent voice rang out from the sky. Lin Tian raised his head and saw 2 middle-aged men descending. One was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Great Tao Realm! His expression changed slightly. As the 2 middle-aged men descended, he felt an incomparably clear fluctuation of Tao laws. It was very dense. At the same time, the black dragon on his shoulder also trembled. It raised its head slightly, and its demonic eyes revealed a solemn expression. "Who is it?" he asked solemnly. "You didn't forget the rank 7 array controller you killed in the 1st Heaven, did you?" The green-robed middle-aged man said with an indifferent expression. Lin Tian was moved again. The green-robed middle-aged man's simple words allowed him to guess the identities of these 2 people. The primordial shrine. His heart trembled. When he returned to the 1st Heaven, he killed a rank 7 array controller in the palace of the Uros Empire. The other party was from the primordial shrine, and he was the descendant of a big shot from the primordial shrine. After killing the rank 7 array controller, he had guessed that the faction behind the other party might come looking for him. He did not expect that they would really come. Staring at these 2 people, his expression became incomparably solemn, and he was on high alert. These two people were both in the great Tao realm. Next to the green-robed, middle-aged man, the black-robed, middle-aged man spoke. His eyes were as cold as a cold sword. Hand over the eternal killing array. When Lin Tian killed the rank 7 array controller in the first heaven, the big shot of the primordial shrine used a special method to capture Lin Tian's face and the eternal killing array. Therefore, this branch immediately sent people to the first heaven. However, at that time, as soon as the people sent to the first heaven, they were killed by the purple elves living in the dark forest across the boundless void, instantly erasing them from the world. After that, the great figures of the desolate shrine speculated that there should be a terrifying existence living in seclusion in the first heaven. Those who exceeded a certain level of cultivation might be killed mercilessly if they went down there. Hence, the great figures decided to search for Lin Tian in the higher heavens. These big shots felt that since Lin Tian controlled the eternal killing array, he was definitely not ordinary. They believed that he would definitely go to a higher heaven. Therefore, at this time, the people of this branch found Lin Tian in the third heaven. Lin Tian's expression changed. Did the primordial shrine discover that he had the eternal killing array? These two people were here to snatch the eternal killing array from him. Moreover, after snatching the eternal killing array, they would definitely kill him. Staring at the two great Tao realm cultivators from the primordial shrine, his eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, he did not say a word. He directly retreated and rushed into the distance. A few days ago, he killed great Tao realm powerhouses like cutting vegetables. However, that was because he relied on the power of the divine talisman left to him by an old drunkard. But now the power of the divine talisman had already dissipated. How could he fight against a great Tao realm powerhouse head-on? Now escaping was the best choice. A cold light flashed in the black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes. "You want to leave?" As his words fell, this person directly stretched out his right hand. It covered the sky and mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian.